I mean, to be clear, you absolutely do not have to if you do not want to, but I would absolutely love you if you did. That link should work. And thank you very much if you do. Make sure to stay safe. And if you do, to be clear, I may or may not allow you to choose which pizza you get too. Up to you. There are some exceptions. Absolutely no pineapples, but just a little bit of a bonus if you do. No pressure. Can we beat this guy? I think we might be able to have it this time. This is a tough fight to be sure. There we go. We did it! Yay! Okay, what did you find? Raw has been importing alchemy ingredients. Some of these are so rare that it would cost as much as this shop to buy. Some are probably worth more than his castle. This explains the taxes. People still only have so much money. Is there anything we can use here? No, not really. All we know now is Rawl is obsessed with alchemy and his experiments might be dangerous. Perhaps it may worry him when he finds out his trusted merchant lost such important records. Maybe. I don't see how this helps us get... Oh shit, Umbra. There's no way, right? The mysterious stranger who's asking for so much money and we're not supposed to ask. What if the person asking for all this money is Rawl, and he doesn't care if if one of his supplies gets cut off a little, because he's just really needing money, and he's extorting us, and he's using the fact that would be kind of messed up. Maybe I don't see how this helps us get Mother back. It might frighten him into making a mistake, or crushing us. He doesn't know we're here yet. If he declares martial law, it might not take him long. He can't afford to do that for long. We will be fine. What about the 15,000 gold we need? Will we be fine with that? It's going to take us forever to get that. Do we even need to give it? Because, I mean, we're not really getting a whole lot of information from this guy, you know? I'm sorry, I wish I knew another way. He said it doesn't have to be gold, so that might save us fencing the more valuable goods. Just as well, 15,000 gold would be hard to carry around without being noticed. I can't believe you risked even carrying 5 around. You 3 risk more than I. Let your father at least help in some ways. I wish you weren't so hard on yourself, father. That's my own business, Kira. Kira sighed. Fine. Why am I here? Show her, Thomas. Thomas pulled back a sheet laid on the road. Underneath were 4 bodies, 1 man and 3 girls. Why are you showing me this? Look more closely at the bodies. I know they are badly burnt, but you should recognize them. Ariana crouched down and looked more closely. No, it can't be. I'm sorry, Ariana. They were attacked by bandits on the way out of the country, so they're trying to gaslight her. This is the past, by the way. This is the past. This is clearly a past back scene for those who haven't seen our mom that we're trying to find right now. So they're trying to gaslight her that, we died, pretty much, is what I'm getting here. No, no! Ariana, stop! What do we do now? We'll never find what she took. I never thought she took anything. Then why did you have me interrogate her? I wanted you to be sure. I'm still not sure. Telling her what happened ruined any hold I had over her. It doesn't matter. We will make back the money and taxes and the people will not have the Queen of Thieves. Now that the hunt is over, it's time to get the people back under control. I know you're very capable of that. As you command, my lord, the people will be obedient once more. Good. What about her? We'll see when she wakes up. As you command. If you find that making money through robberies is too hard or slow, you can always run the shop for several days with a new option that has just been unlocked. As the time goes on, your shop will become more famous in town and earn more every day. Remember, though, that the main plot missions still have minimum level requirements, so don't forget to level up the sisters, otherwise you might find those battles too hard. Oh, that's interesting. We can just run the shop if we wanted to. I'm not sure how we could get 15,000 gold from that, but okay. Oh, the dogs have stuff now. How long has this been a thing? I mean, I was kind of wondering why she didn't seem to have anything. This might make things a little easier. Okay, so compared to our current one, that's 10 less health, but that's 5 more attack. Oh my god. You actually did it, you crazy boy. Thank you very, very much for that. I will greatly enjoy that pizza. Thank you very much for that. I hope you stay safe, friend, doing whatever you're going to do or you sleep well. Sleep well, yes. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm going to get a pizza. I'm going to get a pizza. As soon as the pizza place is open, because it's midnight. Do the pizza places deliver at midnight? I better go check on
Chaotic
that.
Puppet said, "Tie for all the cozy
Oh,
streams."
just doing our best, you know? Okay, so let's see. I think actually the pizza place may. And again, if you want to specify what kind of pizza we get, feel free to let me know, with the exception of pineapples. No pineapples. That is a special thing for you if you want. No. No, it's too late. Okay. I couldn't remember if they closed at midnight or 11. So that will have to wait until, yeah, the pizza place is not open. It's too late for the pizza quite yet, but the stream will be going. No, it won't. It'll be at
Chaotic
6.
Puppet
Anyway,
said, "Is barbecue okay?"
sounds like a plan. Barbecue? Anything else? Any specifics? Chicken, jalapenos? That's usually what I hear people put barbecue with. I'll post a picture on Discord so you can see it. Let's see. So that's 3, 3, and 3. That could be good. Forgotten 1 could be good. That's 5 less crit for 10 more health. 5 more speed. Seems like most of hers lowers the speed. Could just do Void Frost. But that gives almost as much defense, and it gives that and that. So Forgotten One's probably the best option. Some say this is not actually a wand, but a piece broken off a staff created by one of the first human magic users. Whether that story is true or not, this wand is extremely powerful and highly sought after by many magic users. Should the legends be
Chaotic
true,
Puppet said, "Chicken and jalapenos."
yes, chicken and jalapenos is fantastic. Sounds like a plan, my friend. I will post that on Discord so you can see the wonderful present you got me. And actually, we should clear this text now since apparently, yeah, boop. Or maybe I'll just do this. Doop a doop a doop. Just going to do this, slide that over. Dooba 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 doo. Stretch that out a little. There we go. Okay. Why are you running around holding a stick? This isn't a stick. It's an ancient wand. It's priceless. Kira, Joanne has finally lost it. She thinks that stick is priceless. It's a great stick of truth.
Chaotic Puppet said, "Hope you have a good year and have a good night."
I hope you do too, friend. Um, it's almost morning for me, but yeah, I mean, I'm not sure when morning is considered morning, but it's almost midnight at any rate. So something along those lines. Okay, so let's see what pretty things we can equip onto her. Looks like, ooh, Void Walkers. We do love the Void. Light Explosive Bomb. Okay. And we can really get all of them, so Void Walker. So let's actually just buy all of them. Um, Try to do it in order, I think. Yeah, so like this, and like this, and like this. Okay. And then like so, and like so, and like so, like so. Hmm. May have messed up on the void a little bit. Yeah, because I think that's actually the void one here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, that's okay. As long as we remember. Okay. Party screen. Joanna. So that's her basic outfit. And then we'll do the witches, which is over here. And that's the witch outfit. I like that. That looks nice. Witch hat. A witch needs a pointed hat, and this one is a popular look among young witches. While it lacks the traditional vertical point, its additional accessories grant it surprisingly effective protective properties, as well as the amusing habit of cursing those foolish enough to damage it. Hey, Joanne, your hat is saggy. It's meant to look like that. Is that what you say when people ask you about your love life? Shut up. Witch's corset. Most witches favor dresses over separate upper and lower garments. Evidently, the witch who made this garment liked corsets for their top. Despite its rather unusual look, the dark magic coursing through the fabric of this garment is definitely a sign a powerful witch created it. On top of its protective abilities, wearers of this garment find it much easier to wield dark magic and hex those foolish enough to stand in their way. That can't be comfortable. You get used to it. I think she's just trying to catch eyes with the way they make her breasts look huge. Desperate times. They're just jealous I have something to show off. Yet the only one of us three who is still a virgin is you. You walked into that one, Joanne. Shut up, both of you. Witch's skirt. No one knows why witches insist on wearing so much black, but the power contained within their garments certainly speaks volumes into the care they put into creating them. The fetishes and pouches attached to the large belt are all used in the practice of dark magic. An incautious foe can find themselves cursed just by looking at the wearer of such a garment the wrong way. Did you actually pay money for that tattered thing? It is not tattered. It was made to look like this. That's stupid. The ways of magic are lost on someone like you. You always say that when one of us points out how dumb you're acting. I do not act dumb. Of course not, Joanne. How could I have ever thought such a thing? Idiot. Imbecile moron. At least I don't look like a little girl pretending to be an adult. You take that back. Stop it, both of you. You're giving me a headache. Witches' boots. Many wonder why witches need greaves on their boots, but they're there and it certainly does a good job of protecting their shins. The dark power clinging to the material is pretty useful too. If they weren't healed, then I would think they're perfect. I don't think the dark magic in them would be good for you. Dark magic. Should you be using something like that? Dark doesn't mean evil, Kira. I'll still keep an eye on you. Now you're just being ridiculous. And that is the witch's outfit. Okay, next up. Phoenix Feather. Phoenix, Phoenix. I like that one. That is nice. That is very nice. Phoenix Feathered Cap. A real pyromancer's hat will always include a feather from a phoenix. Apparently their feathers can be any color, or pyromancers are not particularly honest about where they came by their feathers. Now that's a proper wizard hat. I'm not even going to argue. Alchemist's shirt. Many pyromancers took an interest in alchemy. It's assumed for the joint love of explosions. Praise the explosions! Naturally, they discovered it was best to design clothing which could endure the many mishaps a dabbler in alchemy encountered. This shirt is just one of those items designed for such a purpose. A shirt which can endure explosions sounds very useful. May I wear it? Why? So I won't have to have my armor repaired every time you decide to blow up someone I'm fighting with. That happened once. Once. Flame skirt. Many assumed that ancient pyromancers insisted on female members wearing skirts because male members could use hot air to make their female counterparts' skirts billow. Unfortunately for those perverted pyromancers, that is a phrase and a half. Perverted pyromancers. Okay. They quickly found that their targets were just as happy to set fire to their robes in response. Aren't you worried about getting a skirt like that messy when we get into a fight? It's designed to resist fire magic. I'm sure it will survive just fine in battle. Well, at least you'll be able to flash your attackers if worst comes to worst. Thalia, I will be flashing no one. Fire treads. It is said that the first test of a pyromancer is to create clothing that can resist their own powers. Their boots are tested by walking over hot coals, hence the name fire treads. We should test these boots to see if they are genuine. That won't be necessary. They're obviously magical, so they should be just fine. I would still feel better if we tried to burn them. That will not be necessary. Fine. You didn't need to shout. And that is, I guess, the pyromancer outfit. Sheltering hood, during rope. So this is the hero's outfit, it looks like. A little white bread for me, but okay. Sheltering hood. On top of functioning like a normal hood, this remarkable piece of magical weaving also protects the user's head from attacks both mundane and magical. The circle that forms part of it is also said to aid in recall and resisting fatigue. For those long nights studying, this hood is a perfect accessory for the aspiring mage. You look like a priest in that hood. I don't like it. It's not a priesthood, and I really don't care about your dislike of priests. It's useful, so I'm using it. Gods bother Thalia. Enduring robe. It is said that this robe will never wear out. No matter how often it might be cut, burned, or dragged through bushes, it will eventually repair itself. Oh, now that sounds useful. Unfortunately, that regeneration is not passed on to the wearer of this garment. They at least have the comfort of knowing that the robe does provide at least some protection thanks to a remarkably tough garment. Let's test this robe. Thalia, are you insane? You almost burned me, too. Relax, you're fine. And look, the robe is fine, too. If you're going to test it in the future, then do so when I'm not wearing it. You should have more confidence in your magic. And you shouldn't try to set fire to your sister. You always hold a grudge. Hero's Utility Belt. Originally used by mundane heroes, magical heroes also found this belt and skirt combination useful for their own arts. The pouches are excellent for holding use regents for various spells, and the book holder is perfect for carrying a small spell book for when you need to look up an obscure incantation. This garment is particularly popular with traveling mages who cannot haul chests of books around with them on their journeyings. Couldn't you change the skirt for some more practical leggings or something? The belt looks extremely useful, but the skirt seems silly. They were made together. If I separated them, then their magic would be useless. I see. Still, that split is rather high. Then again, you do like to show off your legs. The gods know why. What's wrong with showing a bit of leg? Nothing, until you take a blow to the knee and can't walk properly for the rest of your life. I took an arrow and I can't do nothing. Oh no. You're just full of positivity today. That is a very high split, though. That is a very high split. The creator of these boots claimed that you could work for hundreds of miles and never get a blister. Since most mages are famous for how little they walk, it is likely the truth of this claim will never be tested. Those boots sound like they would be useful for any soldier. I wish I had such things when I was working as a guard. At last, something neither of you makes fun of. We don't always make fun of you, Joanne. If you keep frowning like that, then you'll get wrinkles. You're not getting any younger after all. Thalia. And last but not least, probably what we're going to be keeping on her because I do love the Void. The Void is glorious. Yeah, that's nice. We do love the Void. Void Halo. The strange ring of unknown origin has remarkable protective properties. When someone attempts to attack the wearer's head, it moves to deflect the blow. It's not perfect, however, so relying on it is not recommended. I think that's a little showy for sneaking into noble mansions to rob them. You rather I go with no protection whatsoever. With how inconspicuous that thing looks, it'll need to be able to blind any pursuers to be of any use. Just you wait, you won't be looking down on it when it saves our lives. I'll believe it when I see it. Legend has it Particularly powerful magic users can from project rings from the ring that hovers over the back of this curious shirt. So far, no one has been able to prove if that is true or not. Regardless, it's still useful for its protective properties. So, can you make the wings? No. I guess you're not a powerful mage then. Shut up. Frigid overskirt. Quite why a garment designed to protect its wearer from extreme cold covers so little is beyond anyone. Despite this, it has a remarkable ability to absorb the cold and channel it into protecting its wearer as well as empowering any magic they might possess. With magic, looks are often deceiving. Frigid. Well, that explains a lot. Thalia. That was cruel, Thalia. You know how sensitive Joanne is about her virginity. Kira. Void walkers. Imbued with the cold of the void, these thigh-high boots are both a protection from severe cold as well as potentially deadly to the touch of any but their wearer. Sometimes frost has been known to spread from the prints left behind. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. These are some really high boots. They must be awkward to walk in. They don't slow me down at all. That's true. You're pretty. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with being slow. So we need to move these sockets over, but I think I will be keeping the void. I do like that outfit. That is nice. Although honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, as much as I tend to like the void, that Pyromancer's one is looking pretty badass too. Pyromancer with a void helmet. How do the boots look with the Pyromancer? Might do a combo like I do with the Thalia. I like the way those boots look with it. The black and the... I like that. Yeah, I think we'll do a combo. I think we'll do a combo is what we'll do. And move the thingies here to here. No, we didn't move the pearl over. Why didn't we move the pearl over? Doop-a-doop. Okay, and then the pearl here. And then these two over to here. I kind of wish this part, the sort of whitish part, was red though. That would be kind of cool. Kind of tie it together a little bit more. Or at the very least gold to tie into the gold accents up here. So that is a minor thing there, but empty socket. Okay. I was kind of wondering why she didn't seem to have anything, but I guess I just didn't go to the docks. I don't think we've missed any conversations. I feel like it would show up on the map, right? Like it had been, but feels weird that we still don't have any more conversation thingies. I don't know. Okay, let's go ahead and buy the rest of her items. Something else I want to see. It says we have 4,000, but I don't want to sell our current things to have the 4,000. So is that what we actually have? Yeah, okay, it is. Okay, okay. So Willful Fire Razor. Yeah, because that just gives us more attack, and I don't really want that. And that just gives us more defense. And that gives us more speed, which I certainly don't care about. That gives us 5 more crit chance, which I don't care about. Okay. So yeah, Willful Fire Razor. Created by an unknown pyromancer, the staff seems completely dedicated to setting things on fire. Instead, it will set fire to its user unless it is given something to burn once a day. I'm not sure I approve of a staff named after a crime. Why not? I think it sounds perfect for what we're doing. We are thieves, remember? Void Frost. The void crystal set into the head of the staff is constantly covered in frost, only the floating ring surrounding it preventing the cold from leaking out. At a command from the wielder, the ring temporarily stops moving and allows the cold stored within the staff to erupt in a wave of freezing destruction. That weapon seems too dangerous to use safely. What if you trip and fall into the crystal? The ring will protect me even if I touch the crystal itself. I see. What if the ring falls off? This is an ancient staff created by a master of ice magic. Bits of it aren't going to just fall off. Okay, okay, forget I asked. Staff of Succor. Originally fashioned to increase the endurance of marching soldiers, the staff has passed through the hands of many mages who have used the remarkable regenerative properties of the staff to keep them alive during difficult battles, or even to help them stay up late studying ancient texts. Needless to say, the original creator would probably frown upon their staff being used as a magical stimulant. Why would you buy a staff that tells you it's a con? Succor as in aid or help, not succor as in idiot or victim. I can't believe you thought that, Thalia. I can't believe you two didn't realize I was joking. I'm not sure you were. You two need to find a sense of humor. Deadwood Staff. Fashioned with a stylized screaming mouth, this disturbing staff is constantly surrounded by will-o'-the-wisps associated with misfortune. It is said the creator of this weapon was jealous of the good fortune of others. Using that envy, they created an item which would destroy the luck of others. Shortly after its creation, however, its original owner vanished. No one knows what happened. Some say the screaming face is actually the soul of the creator trapped inside. Whether that is true or not is impossible to say. I think that thing is staring at me. Don't be silly, Thalia. I have this thing perfectly under control. If I get cursed, then I'll blame you. You would blame me even if I didn't have the staff, so? Okay, so we've got all that covered. Now we need to get 15,000 gold, and maybe we can do the catacombs? Now that we're level 12? Um, okay, so I guess it didn't matter which way we started. We probably would have ended up on the other end if we started on the other end. This smell. This whole catacomb smells. Use your head this time, Kira. Joanne is onto something, for once. What's that supposed to mean? You're lucky I need you unharmed, Thalia, or you would get punched for that. Thalia stuck her tongue out at Kira. It's grown warm and humid, nothing like the dry cold of before. What are you talking about? That must be the reason. Thalia pointed at small objects near Kira's feet. Kira crouched down and pried the objects with a gloved finger. Mushrooms. Mushrooms. Yes, mushrooms. That's probably what I was smelling. Strangest looking mushrooms I've seen, and I've seen a lot. I'm not sure. Alchemy isn't my
Hyricon
specialty.
said, Happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Hire. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. We should take some. We can ask Third Jala what they do. Are they safe to disturb? I heard some mushrooms release poison when touched. Oh dear, should we touch the mushrooms or should we not? Let's touch them. You poked one with your finger and it didn't do anything, so it should be safe. Oh, yes, that was foolish of me. Best not to touch them with bare skin just in case. Yes, that will be the safest. Okay, we potentially have spiders down here, huh? Walking Dead. Okay, so most of the enemies are the same. Cool. Wait, I hear something. I heard it too. Snakes? How did snakes get down here? I'll scout ahead and see what's going on. Be careful. I'm always careful. I don't know how they got down here or what they're living on, but there's a mass of snakes in the room north. They're obviously breeding there. We need to get through quickly and quietly then. Undead are patrolling the corridor, so that could be a problem. Can we really fight our way through all of that on our own? Couldn't you use your magic to silence the corridor? That way we can fight our way through without the snakes being alerted. I could, but I'll have to maintain it constantly. I won't be able to help as much with other magic as I usually can. If you choose to use Joanne's silence spell to hide from the snakes, she'll lose 1 SP every turn during the fights. If you choose not, beside the undead you'll have to deal with angry giant snakes, which seems to be our biggest thing that we can't seem to fight very well. But, for the XP and the giggles, we're going to try to win. I feel like the risk isn't worth the reward. Fine, I wouldn't mind collecting some snake skin. I won't even ask what you mean by that. Okay, maybe we can manage the snakes this time. Okay, that was definitely a close fight, but we did it, and that's what matters.
Staying elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I think we've gotten away from the snakes. Thank the gods, that was getting tiring. There could be other nests. Perhaps, but for now let me celebrate, even if just for a little while. Very well. Nope, there's just spiders. What are you up to? I'm going to the snake's nesting ground. What? What would possess you to do something like that? I noticed some interesting corpses amongst the piles of snakes. What could possibly be interesting about the snake's victims? They looked like they were some high-class mercenaries. Their bodies have been picked clean, but all their gear is still there. I'm sure there will be some useful stuff there. You are aware that it will have all gone through a snake's gut before it ended up there, yes? We can wash what we find. The things we might find might be useful. You're fine with this? It sounds disgusting and dangerous, too. I am. The mercenaries might have fallen, but their gear does look better than what we have available to us. It could be worth the risk. We could always sell it if it isn't. Yep, we're going. We're going in. Joanne sighed. I suppose we need to clear the nest anyway. I wouldn't want to force Tiberius's guards to do it. I don't care about the guards, but it means they get all the loot and we don't. Try not to be so mercenary, Thalia. Thalia shrugged. I don't like the guards. We know, but remember I used to be one too. So? Let's just go and deal with these snakes. I hope we don't regret this. I hope we don't either. That is a lot of snakes. And snakes are definitely very strong thingies. we did it. That was close, but we did it. So hopefully whatever is here is worth it. The actual weapons and armor are useless, but their gems they were using to enchant them look fine. Told you it would be worth it. I sure hope it was. Ruby crystal, opal crystal, sapphire. Okay, yep, sapphire crystal. It was worth it. It was worth it. Hello, pretty pearl. Yes, that was absolutely worth it. Okay. Don't think we can equip them. Well, we would have to get in a fight first, but that's okay. Open inventory. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to move this medium pearl. Okay, so what we got was a medium pearl. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do then, because that's a big and that gives 3. So what we'll do is we'll switch. No. What we'll do is we'll give the person with the medium 2 mediums so that it'll be slightly better than a big, but she doesn't have a diamond anyways, so let's empty the sockets here, put the pearls here. Okay, there we go. Very good. So she's got the double pearls, which gives her +1 on everything else that they don't have, but that's okay. And we also have ruby crystals, but the main thing is the sapphire crystal, which is health. Although really probably I should put that on Thalia, since she's got the lowest health. So you've got the double pearls there. And then we'll go ahead and put that on here. There we go. So that'll give you 63 health, which will actually put you ahead of Joanna. So that's fine. So what else do we have? We have 2 ruby crystals, opal crystal, and amber. Okay, so I prefer the amber over the ruby. Do we replace anything down here? Yeah, because these are nuggets, so it's better to have a crystal than a nugget. So yeah, okay, so I don't even know if there's anything better than a crystal. But unless it's a defense one, or the pearl and the diamonds, I don't think we will care. Yeah, okay. Very good. Let's get this started. The stairs down at last. Good, I can sense the source of the dark magic getting closer. We're on the right track. Do you think we can defeat the source? We'll have to see what we find when we get there. We'll need to be prepared. Of course. We should withdraw for now and let Tiberius's guards set up their outpost. Yes, let's go back home. For now the magic is contained below. We can afford some time to rest. We now cleared level 6. Very nice. After exiting the catacombs, Thalia and Joanne traveled to the temple. It took a little longer since Joanne insisted on changing. However, Thalia was not happy, but she perked up when she saw Thurjala. Hello, are either of you hurt? No, but we have something that might interest you. Thalia held out a sack to the elf. Here, we found some mushrooms in the catacombs. I see. She took the sack and checked its contents. Interesting. I have not seen this species before, but I read about them in my books. You can create powerful potions with them. Thank you for this. You're welcome. Allow me to retrieve some money as your compensation. You don't need to do that. I feel I must give you something. If you can make a potion out of those mushrooms, then give us some. That seems fair. Third Jala nodded. Very well, that seems reasonable. A potion of medium healing. So yeah, it was definitely a good thing we poked the mushroom. We got a yummy and a potion of medium restoration. Resurrects a knocked out character and heals 40 of health. Very nice. Great. We should get going. We have lots to do. All right. Farewell. Bye. Farewell. The two sisters left. Very nice. So that was definitely worth it then. Okay, so let's go ahead and sell this thingy, and this thingy. That's got us up to 3,000, but we need 15,000, so it's going to take us a little while to get there, I think. Yeah, this game definitely has some grinding to it. No doubts about that. I wonder how much money we'll get just running shop, but I also feel like we should make sure to also get our robberies going, because level is kind of important. So, let's see, gather info, 9 to 10, ooh. Okay, so let's go with this one. Okay, so it looks like level 6 of the catacombs is for level 15 and above. Okay, so, oh, and we have completely different characters here. It is no longer about the skeletons and the undead. We got elementals. We have fought minor fire elementals and water elementals before, but we've never fought an earth elemental or a wind. Air immunity, paralyzed, 30% dodge chance, so he's a dodgy boy. That could be annoying though with the paralyzed. That could be bad. Earth immunity and bramble coat. That doesn't sound too bad. We would be getting damage back when we attack, but okay, so that is interesting. We switch on over to elementals. Okay, let's keep on going. What levels are these? 10 to 13. Yeah, we're getting into the higher level stuff for sure. Both of those are 10 to 13, so I guess we'll try this one. Unfortunately, Joanne fell badly, injuring herself and alerting some nearby watchdogs. Oh no, because that's so dangerous. And there we go. We were actually able to get rid of the snake pit this time too. That was pretty close. We almost didn't get it, but that's just a sign of how strong we've become, I suppose. That snake pit is definitely not very good. Very strong the snakes are. This looks like money taken from other lands. We can melt it down and sell it on. Probably a good idea. These look fairly pure. Interesting. Okay. Glassware filled with colored liquids. Alchemy lab. Okay, so this is the illegal performance one. I feel like we can do this one. This one's more gimmicky than anything, really. I think the dog's the best option. Oh, nothing happens. I must have made an error somewhere. I must check my notes. Come back later. I'll show you some progress then. Oh, apparently it can fail. Well, okay. Cool, I guess. The thieves run away too quickly for the sisters to catch up. You better hope we don't meet again. I'll cut your. There's no need to be crude. Sometimes there is. Let it go, Thalia. Let's move on. Gosh darn it. This wall is covered in a lot of scratches. Can you give me some more light? It appears to be some kind of diary entry. Who writes diary entries on a wall? Tiberius said some of the people down here went mad. This dark magic tainting everything can get into your mind and twist things. If I wasn't here, you two would probably be going mad by now. Speak for yourself. I think you're underestimating our will, Joanne. Regardless, this entry does make some kind of sense. The magic here is different, a mix of dark and elemental. I can feel the heat prickling over my skin. It burns. It burns. It burns. It. We get the idea. Tiberius mentions some of the survivors babbling about living flames and things like that. We should be careful then. What? That light in the distance is coming towards us far too fast to be natural. Be quiet. It's not spotted us yet. How can you know that? Trust me, we would know. Should we try to ambush it or hope it passes us by? I don't know. Ambushing it would help, but hiding might save us getting into a fight with a very dangerous creature. Or it could end up ambushing us. Yes, there is that. Ambush. Oh, shit on a stick. So we've got two minor fire elementals and a fire elemental. Not a minor fire elemental, a fire elemental. Was it a fire elemental we fought when you fight the doors, or is it a minor one? I feel like it's a minor one. Well, YOLO and shit. And we won. YOLO and shit. Oh yeah. When you're good and you know it, sometimes you gotta show it. Yeah.
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said, Nom.
Nom, do you have food? That sounds fantastic. Welcome back, Marianne. We're still going. We're just vibing. I don't even know. Oh, and yeah, this is how they're doing it. Okay. So we're just getting all these elementals just. Okay. So this is what we're doing now. Okay, so yeah, it's basically just a matter of knowing which ones to take down first. Because the Fire Elemental and the Earth Elemental will do their Bramble and their healing spells, even when they actually aren't even being attacked and aren't hurt. So definitely focus on the Wind first, it looks like. This is definitely doable, it's just a lot more difficult than the previous fights by quite a bit. More scratches on the wall. It looks like our mercenary friend survived his encounter with the fire elemental. The darkness will not release me. Where once I burned, now I drown. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Let him go, you stupid cops. I mean, what? My guess is water elementals. We can hide or ambush it like the fire one. What do you think we should do? Ambush, of course. We ain't wimps. Watch me get my butt whooped. Ambush. This is a straight up water elemental. Yeah, okay. Water immunity and ice shield. So let's hope we can manage this, I guess. Oh boy. Oh, that was certainly a close fight, but hey, we did it, and that's what
Stream Elements
matters.
said,
Moving
stay
on.
moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Oh, this is going to be fun. The air elementals with their paralyze is... We need to find some way to counter the paralyze or something, because that's just bad news. Okay, there we go. We got it done somehow. Moving on, moving on. I feel like we're about to have super bosses of all four elementals. I'm getting a vibe here. Another entry. This person seems remarkably good at surviving. The darkness continues to torment me. It burned me. It drowned me. Now it tries to freeze me, so the last one will be air. I'm not looking forward to an air super boss. Okay. It's so cold. I can't feel my legs. I can't feel anything. Cheerful. If I know my elements, I'm guessing it's air elements? I thought freezing would be water. What are you talking about, Kira? Sounds like it. Luckily, I haven't spotted it yet, so we may have time to come up with a plan. Ambush, of course. Okay. I would have thought freezing would be water, but... Oh, no, we already did water because we were drowning. Earth. Earth is the other one we haven't done yet. Okay. Anyway, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Okay, I think the main thing with the air elementals is even though that paralyzing is annoying as heck, it doesn't seem like they actually do a whole lot of damage. So if we especially manage to get the poison on there, and then you could just sit back and let them die, right? So they're not as dangerous as my brain keeps telling me they are, I think. Because they just are not doing anything in the way of damage. They're more tricks, I guess? They're more tricky and specific, I think, is what's going on here. Because that was not that hard of a fight. But they had multiple chances to have me cornered, I guess, and they didn't. So that, I guess that's the thing, is you just have to sort of wait them out. In a way, minor fire elementals and ice are even worse because they have that shielding going on. I guess if we really wanted to, we could just wait for the fire shields to go away and poison as well. More again. These are getting much harder to read. This one is more like scribbles than writing. No end. Burned, drowned, frozen, buried now, an end at last. Let this torment end. Earth elemental, yes, Joanne nodded. We're fortunate these elementals make so much noise. And just like the others, we're going to ambush it. This one should not be as hard. It's got the bramble coat, but this one seems like the weakest of the elements, if I'm being honest. Watch me get absolutely owned, of course, but yeah. Another message. Same hand, but it's not scratched in with a stone now. I know blood when I see it. Surrendered. Darkness comforts me. Darkness loves me. I love it. So he finally lost it completely. I still don't understand how a mortal being could survive so long if all these things really happened. Perhaps this darkness kept him alive. Maybe. There's a trail of blood here. Maybe we can follow it and find out. I think we should. Someone who could survive all this could be useful. I think they're completely mad. They might not be much help. Then maybe we can at least ease their suffering a little. Perhaps. Darkness. Enemy. I think we found our writer. That would explain why they didn't die. Kill. Enemy. Time for some of that comfort we talked about. I am sorry for what happened to you. but you'll thank us once you're at rest. Allies, come. Ghoul Mage, oh my. Drain life, magic sparks dispel. Okay. That poor mage, killed and raised over and over again. Whatever is controlling this place is inhuman. The mage's old gear is lying over there. Maybe there's something useful. Thalia, show some respect. It's not like I'm looting his corpse. Joanne sighed. Ooh, a medium diamond. Heck yeah. And a medium pearl. Hells yeah. The clothes were covering up something. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I'm trying to keep it more or less even, but this is starting to get a little complicated. Because we've got this one even, but if we put a medium on somebody, then somebody's going to be uneven, right? Because we've got what? A medium here. We've got a big here, so that's 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, right? Because we've got 2 medium here. And then you have a big only. So that's 4, 7, 10, 11, plus the one we just got, which would make it 13. So is there a way to divide 13 evenly by 3? That would be 4 each with 1 extra. Okay. That sounds right. That sounds right, right? 4 each. So you've already got 4, and then the 1. So yeah, okay. I guess we'll just have to give this to Joanne. Would be the best option. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. So then when it comes to the diamonds, medium diamonds. So you've got a big pearl and a small pearl, which makes you have 4. You've also got a medium diamond. Okay. And you've got the big and this medium, which makes you have 5. So you're a little ahead of the pack because you've got 2 medium, which is 4. You've got a small diamond. So I'll change that out for the medium diamond. And then you don't have a diamond at all. So we'll give you the small diamond. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay. Yeah. So you're the only one without a medium diamond. Everybody else has a medium diamond, you have a small diamond. Okay. And then you have the 2 medium. which is the equal to a big and a small like you have, but not the same as a big and a medium like you have. So it's a little uneven, but that's fine. Okay, then that's a turquoise, so we don't care about that, but we do care about the pebble. No, we maybe don't care about the pebble because we're at the point where we've got everybody with defense, right? Which is the main thing we want other than pearls and diamonds. So we'll replace one of these pebbles with the crystal, and we prefer the sapphire over turquoise. So are any of these turquoise that we can replace with that sapphire? No, they're both sapphire. Okay. Okay. The clothes were covering up something. Let me see. They look like runes. Keys, perhaps. Keys to what? I'm not sure. They don't look trapped to me. Any magic traps? Joanne shook her head. All right, let me use this bit of skeleton to lever one out. Thalia, you rather I get close enough to get caught in any trap we can't see? No, of course not. Then I need to use something long and sharp so I don't get too close. So which one do you think I should try first? Hmm. I have a feeling it'll change which. Thalia picked the rune out of its socket. The other three instantly vanished, but nothing else happened. I guess they were trapped, but not like we expected, because we only get one. I only hope we picked the correct one. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. I have no idea what that could potentially. Hmm. I'm going to go with drop shaped. More stairs. Will this place never end? The darkness is very strong here. We're still heading in the right direction. Yes, but when will it end? I don't know. Thalia groaned. At least we're getting paid. Level 7 cleared. Very good. We're just smoozing along. We still need 5,000 or so gold, but we can sell some stuff now, like this opal nugget and these turquoise pebbles. Okay, now we only need 4,000 or so. Undead. Oh, just letting me know there's undead. Okay. Both of these doors are locked. They're both enchanted, although I'm not sure with what. It's very old and powerful. I think it was here before the darkness came. So, can you get them open? No, the magic isn't what's keeping them locked. If it's an ordinary lock, then I can get them open. You'll trigger the trap. Will it kill me? I don't think so, but it will hurt. Nothing I can't handle. You shouldn't be so reckless. We need you at full strength. I'll be fine. There are runic symbols for fire and water carved into the doors. I think that's important. That does sound important. Perhaps a clue to open them without triggering the traps. A key. The rune we picked from the level above. I'm pretty sure that's what can be used. Makes sense, I guess. Well, you have the rune, Thalia. I guess we match the symbols. Joanne nodded. Remember, I can probably pick the locks if we can't get it open another way. I really don't want you to, but if you're determined, Joanne sighed. Only as a last resort. Promise? Thalia rolled her eyes. I promise. This door is marked with the rune for water, so do we have what we need to open it? The rune we brought was for water, so it should work. Let's try it. It's my rune, so I'll try it. Kira rolled her eyes. If you insist. It worked. Looks like all that time chasing books instead of men worked out after all. Shut up. Oh no, I hate getting wet. That explains a lot. Thalia, what? Minor water elementals, okay. Looks like there was something valuable after all. A turquoise crystal, okay. Cool. Da-da. Doop. So let's see. Turquoise crystal. That's diamonds and pearls. So we've got crystal here, we've got pebble here, so we'll switch that out. I don't think we need the turquoise pebbles, so we'll sell that. This is a symbol for fire, so any ideas on how to open it? Let me see the rune, Thalia. Here. It doesn't match. I guess it's for another door then. I guess we'll have to pick it then. That's meant to be a last resort. We can go on without entering this chamber. It's sealed so we don't have to go this way. There could be something important hidden in here. It's your life, Thalia, but I'll never forgive you if you get yourself killed. I'm overwhelmed by your love. Let's try it. This should be easy enough. A static charge throws Thalia across the corridor. Thalia, Thalia coughed. It just winded me, no harm done. That was foolish. You could have been killed. It looks like the room was keeping something in instead of out. Looks like it wasn't just elementals hiding in here. An amber crystal. Very nice. So I'm guessing these other two rooms are probably the same, more or less. Probably. Two more doors. On the left, air. On the right, earth. This door is inscribed with a rune for earth. Do we have some way of opening it? The rune we have doesn't match this door. I don't think it will work. We should find the door it does match, then we don't have the right key. I'll pick it then. I'm not comfortable with that. It's your choice, Thalia. Just be careful. A cloud of dust rained down on Thalia. Thalia, are you hurt? Thalia coughed. I'm all right. You're covered, Thalia sniffled. I'll live. Got something to wipe this off. Joanne produced a rag. Thanks. She started wiping the dust off her face and clothes. I feel so tired. It's like I never slept last night. The dust could have been a drug of some kind. Oh, lucky I'm used to stuff like this from my traveling days. If it had been one of you two, then you would probably be fast asleep. I do not want to know why you have so much experience with drugs. It's a fun story. I doubt it. I think we alerted something. Minor earth elementals. Okay. Thalia was drained by a magic spell. She will lose 1 SP each turn. So that's probably what the key with the elemental choices there is. It gives us pretty much a free. So I probably should have chosen air, so that fight would have been easier. But we'll see what happens, I guess. There's something glinting amongst the rubble, a garnet crystal. Okay, last but not least, air for this door. Let's get it opened. Not the same, doubt it will work. Only hope, don't need to open. Perhaps we should. We're supposed to explore the catacombs fully. We shouldn't take any unnecessary risks either. This door has been sealed for a long time. Tiberius mentioned some scouts had managed to get deeper, although they had come back completely insane. Something in here may protect us from that. Joanne sighed. True, but I don't want Thalia risking her life for just a possibility. Let me make that choice. Fine, if you insist. Thalia started coughing uncontrollably, almost bent over double as she struggled to get her breath back. Thalia. Kira struck Thalia's hard on the back. Thalia cried out, whimpering a little as she rubbed the spot Kira hit. Oh, what are you doing? Trying to help you cough. You almost broke my back, you oaf. Sorry. It's fine. I know you were worried. How do you feel? Tired, but no real harm done. Thalia yawned. I really want to sleep. I'm not carrying you out of here. I'll manage. Let's just keep moving. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised there were air elementals hiding behind a door bearing their symbol. Your face doesn't agree. That really doesn't matter. The elementals are upon us. Yeah, that's what I figured. And it's an SP for each turn. That's fair. That's not too bad then. I don't think this will protect us from going mad, but it's better than nothing. Malachite crystal. Okie dokie. My love, is that you? Nope, I don't know you, and you're not my type. What? Who are you? The most beautiful woman in the world and her two ugly sisters. How did you get in here? We walked in. Thalia, stop talking. Useless guards, good for nothing. How dare you enter my chambers without permission, you brigands? Hey, we're not brigands. Thieves, robbers come to steal from me. Guards, guards, come here at once. Thalia, why did you feel the need to provoke a leech? We were going to fight her anyway, weren't we? Joanne sighed. I suppose. Leech Queen. Okay. Powerful spellcaster bleeding immunity. Okay. Well, since she said we were robbers, we might as well help ourselves to this jewelry box. I don't think she will need it now. I don't know how you can remain so light-hearted. A, oh, hell yeah, a big diamond, emerald crystal, opal, mainly the diamond. That's very nice. Okay, so that's got us with 3 diamonds now. Diamonds aren't as important, I guess, since they're more elemental. So then the question, I guess, is how far do I want to sacrifice elements for um, defense, I guess is the question. Maybe do 2 large if we can. Or maybe 3 is enough. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much would end up getting us immunity either. So see, that's got us 5 and 8. So I'm not sure, also reduces the value of burning, frozen, tired, shattered, poisoned. So I'm not sure at what point elemental would be better than just... That's an opal, that's a turquoise, it's an emerald, malachite, okay. So we've got a big pearl there, got pearl and diamond there, then we've got diamond here as well. And that's a turquoise, okay. So then we've got a sapphire nugget here, so we'll do a crystal there. Do we have a nugget on anything else? Because that's diamond and pearl, diamond and pearl. So that's a nugget, that's a pebble, so it'd be better to put the nugget here and then sell the pebbles, right? Right, okay. Okay. I suppose it was too much to hope that leech was the end of it. We're close, but that leech was not the source of the dark magic in this place. That is an uncomfortable thought. We should return to the outpost and let the guards know it is safe to proceed. Good idea. I could do with a rest. Me, too. Level cleared. You've gained access to level 8. Yay! Just keeping on beating it, right? Okay, and we should have enough once we sell these gems here. Amber. Yeah, and the turquoise pebbles, the garnet, and the malachite, and the emerald, and the opal. Yeah, we've got enough now to do the main quest. Whether or not we're strong enough, that's a whole other matter. But I brought you what you asked for. Lysander handed over the bag filled with gems and gold. Thank you. Your next target is a former priest's home. A priest? I doubt my daughter will approve of that. The priest was cast out of his order for taking bribes. Does that help? I think that might. Good. Like all good corrupt men, the priest kept meticulous records of all those he took bribes from, just in case he needed to hang things over them. So Rawl used him. All the nobles in this town have used him from time to time for certain rituals or services that they require to be carried out discreetly. Do you want this information too? I have no interest in it. Will this help us get into the castle? I doubt it, but it will throw the noble class into an uproar when word gets out. You will be one step closer to your wife. Lysander sighed. Dare I ask how much you want in the future? 25,000. What? I have no time to argue with you tonight. My price is non-negotiable. I will see you again once you return with the treasure. I don't know how much more I can take of this. This is getting a little ridiculous and stretched out. Like, how much more do they actually do until we decide that he's not going to help us get to her? I mean, he does seem to know some stuff, and I don't know. It seems just weird that we're continuing to go along with this. It really does seem weird that we keep going along with this. We need to be level 15. So I think we're pretty good because we're level 19. So that's interesting because, yeah, we're doing pretty good, I think. Okay. Visit the corrupt priest, I suppose. Start off with the sour secret passage. There's a lot of bones down here. Maybe the priest lives above a catacomb. A priest who was thrown out of his order. He might have joined a new order. Whatever it is, we should just keep moving. So many bones. I'm starting to think something else is going on here. There's something behind those bones. Don't touch that. I can sense something very wrong with this place. They're just bones. We're not in a necromancer's house. This will only take a moment. Thalia shoved a large pile of bones out of the way to get to the shiny object. It was an eye. An eye. The bones rise from the ground and form into the shape of a giant humanoid. Boss fight, giant skeleton. Well, it's only one character, so we should be able to handle this without any problems. The sisters find a way to the upper floors of the mansion. Flickering candlelight from above casts shadows down the stairs. It could be riches to loot or guards. There's only one way to find out. There should be where This should be where the priest has his office. We should be able to find what we're looking for in there. Let's just hope he's sleeping. Why, he's just a priest. Priests are magic users, which can make them dangerous. Good point, I guess. It's not just that. This priest was a follower of Irijo. Irijo? How can a corrupted priest be a follower of Irijo? Anyone can join the cult of Irijo as long as they follow Irijo's commands, even if it's usually the disciples of truth that worship her. What are you talking about? Who is Irijo? If you studied religion just a bit, you would know that a follower of Irijo can be a formidable opponent. We'll see about that. We probably will, yes.
Screen elements. Said. Stay moist hydrate. Hydrate.
I found this chest while searching. The lock is simple enough. Just give me a moment. 900 gold coins. The chest was filled to the brim with coins. Yay! A bunch of watch. Okay, this will be an easy fight. The sisters started searching the priest's office. After a short while, Thalia found what they were looking for. This, this can't be true. Calm down. What did you find? These records. They say that Rawl married Ariana. It can't be Mother, can it? Let me look at that. I thought I heard something. If I knew Irijo liked her followers wandering around naked, then I would have been interested in religion. I was performing a ritual of soul purification. Now tell me the truth. What are you doing here? Um, hmm. How could you allow yourself to be corrupted? Don't you worship truth? You have no right to judge me. You were cast out of your order. You have been judged already. No number of purification rituals will work unless you change your ways. Shut up. Irijo still stands with me. The priest leaps forward and strikes Joanne. Let's see how well you fight without your magic. Joanne. Okay. Something's wrong. He's dead. How? Maybe Irijo finally punished him for his sins. Perhaps. I don't know much about Irijo. We would need to ask a disciple of truth. I'm sure we can take a trip to Mount Kronos to find out. Yes, perhaps not. Anyway, we have what we came for, so we should go. You look troubled, girls. Mother married Rawl. We don't know that for sure. No, that's impossible. She would never marry him after everything. It makes no sense. Why would Rawl marry a known thief? It has to be someone else. How did you hear this? From the records you told us to find. They waited 10 years, but it's all there. It doesn't matter. She could never marry him after what he did to his family. Then who is this Ariana they speak of? We know that Rawl is obsessed with alchemy, and we know that he kept your mother prisoner. It's possible he created a potion for his wife to appear like Mother. I had heard about his wife before, but I was told she looks around in her late 20s like she did back then. I heard similar. Anyone I spoke to who had seen her said she was around the same age as me, so it can't be Mother, but she looks similar and has the same name. Why did neither of you mention this until now? Because I just couldn't believe it. But with these records, it means that Rawl really married someone who looks like a young version of our mother. Honestly, I just couldn't figure out what to say or what to believe. It's not that I wanted to keep it from you, I just didn't understand. His wife must be desperate to agree to look and behave like someone else. The Capello family has always been gripped with madness. I can believe it. So what do we do? We move on to the next target and wait to see how our actions affect Rawl. I guess we get back to work then. Meanwhile, at Accra Castle, Thomas, the nobility are in an uproar over all these robberies. Why are you not dealing with this? I am trying, my lord, but they move quickly and it's impossible to trace them. They have a mage with them. Is the mage guild no use to you? They say the magic is too powerful for them. Rawl snorted. Remind them they only operate at my will. If they continue to fail, then they will lose their position and much more. My lord, I will do as you ask, but I must ask for something else. What? Please declare martial law. Allow me to go house to house, shop to shop. I will flush the traitors out. I would not advise that, my love. Why do you think so, my lady? The nobles are in an uproar, but declaring martial law will just make it worse. You restrict their movements, interrupt their commerce, and prevent their servants from carrying out their duties. You think they are upset now? Wait until you do that to them. They will accept the inconvenience. for the capture of the thieves who stole their darkest secrets. Do you really think so? There have been no threats, no rumors spreading. These thieves had not used the knowledge they have gained. For all we know, they simply do not understand what they have. Were we to declare martial law for 3 semi-successful thieves, they would surely know the value of what they have. It is better to act as if what they do is nothing to us. What do you think, my lord? I agree with Ariana. She speaks wisely on this matter. We are not at this point yet. Clearly, these thieves are in Accra. Draw guards from nearby settlements into the town and double patrols. I want you to visit the houses of nobles and ensure their loyalty. You are good at that. As you command, my lord. Thomas's eyes flickered to Ariana before he left without another word. Even after all these years, he still hates me. He doesn't like it when I disagree with him. It just so happens you were the cause of the disagreement this time. Do not take it personally, my love. Rawls sighed. Come with me to my chambers. I wish to talk to you. Yes, my love. I am worried, Ariana. Do not be, my lord. You are more than capable of dealing with those thieves. They seem to know just who to rob to hurt me. It is uncanny. A spy, perhaps? Perhaps. I will search for them. Thank you, my love. You are skilled at such things. Thank you, my lord. Perhaps I can cheer your troubled heart some more. Ariana removed her dress. She removed Rawl's shirt, her smile broadening as their eyes met. I am not sure if we have the time for such things, my love. There's always time for such things, my love. Ariana fell to her knees in front of her husband. I love you, my dearest, as I love you, my lord. Now, please allow me to remove your boots. Oh, yes, of course. Now for the rest. Yes. Her hands took hold of his breeches, slowly unfastening them as he tensed. You must relax, husband. It is rather hard to when you are in this mood, wife. You are quite intense. She chuckled softly. Well then, I shall have to work harder to help you relax. By the gods, you are certainly working hard today. My. So that happened, and now we need 25,000 gold. That is a lot of gold. Okay, we've got to be getting close to the end or something here, because, yeah. Okay, so this one is recommended for adventurers level 21 and above. So that's quite high level. Giant snakes, walking dead, giant spiders, and ghouls. So we'll go ahead and hold off on that for right now, because I mean we have to get to level 20. We have to get 25,000 gold anyway, so we'll probably end up getting pretty high level just trying to get that. I'm going to exit real quick and then log back in. I don't know what that one error screen was, but I'm kind of concerned that we haven't seen any more relationship screens since we got that very first area, you know? It feels weird. So I don't know if that's blocking it somehow. I mean, we haven't had a relationship screen thingy for a minute now. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right. So we're just going to reboot it a little bit here. Yeah, still no. I don't know. Feels weird that there's not any. Do we have to do something specific to start getting them or something? I don't know. Feels weird. Okay, so we have to wait until level 21 for the catacombs. So we'll just keep robbing people, I guess. How much deeper can we go? We're close to the deepest level now. I can still feel the dark magic below us, though, but it's very close. I wish we had never agreed to this. You don't think the money is worth it? Maybe. I just think robbing houses is easier than this. Probably, but we're doing good here. We're doing good robbing those houses, too. True, but we promised we would help. We should move on. The quicker we get to the bottom, the quicker we can leave this place for good. Sounds good to me. This place is ruined. What happened here? It looks like an earthquake or something like that. That would have damaged the other floors too. What do you think it is? Something tore this place apart. Thalia sniffed the air. I smell acid. Yes, I can see the burns all round here. A large number of acid-secreting creatures have been through here. They probably wrecked the place while they went through. Why would they do that? Either the dark magic made them, or they did not mean it. Oh no, not more snakes. Snakes with acid. Yes, they exist, although I've not heard of them living underground. It must be the darkness in this place. It's taken control of them and brought them down here. What should we do? There could be hundreds lurking in this mess. We need to move quickly. Their acid is powerful and will damage our armor. Tiberius might like seeing us turn up with damaged armor. The Thalia. I could use my shield to barge through the rubble and shield us from any passing attack. It'll take all my strength to do that. I don't know how much use I will be in any fight. If we moved fast enough, it would allow us to outpace the snakes, but I don't want you straining yourself when there's still a way to go. We can brave fighting our way through the snakes too, if you think it's too much of a risk to barge through. If you choose to have Kira push forward, she'll lose 1 SP every turn during fights, but you'll evade any acid snakes lurking in the debris. If you choose not, be ready to face some furious acid snakes in the next few fights. Well, you know what? That's fine. I think we'll be okay. Probably. Maybe. We could risk being ambushed or having the ceiling collapse if we rush through without thinking. If we let the snakes catch us, though, better than being crushed to death. True. I guess we'll be going back to the outpost naked. I hope the guards are good looking at least. The Thalia. Acid snakes. This is going to be fun.
Mr. Bell said,
Merry birthday.
Thank you very much, Misty Bell. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Thalia sighed. More undead. They're guarding another group. Do you think they're the ones who summoned them? At the very least, they don't look like prisoners, so they're probably allies. A shiver ran down Joanne's spine. The undead looking right at us, but not attacking too. Those people are controlling them completely. We should make sure they don't spot us or the undead will attack. The robed figures formed a circle and started chanting. They are performing a ritual. Should we stop them? That would provoke the skeletons. Is it just me, or are those skeletons a lot better armed than the usual ones we've run into? It's not just you. So what should we do? Move on or attack them? Well, obviously we can't let an undead ritual just go on. I mean, we gotta stop it, right? We attack. We can't let that ritual go through. Whatever it is, it's attracting a lot of the dark magic that's in this place. Are you sure? There are a lot of them. We have to risk it. We can't let them complete what they're going to do. If I die, I'll haunt you. Let's go. And that might be a real threat. That might be a real threat because we have seen ghosts. We have seen they are a real thing in this world, ghost stars. So she might literally haunt them if she does die. That might be a quite literal thing that she's going to do. Okay, so I'm guessing Skeleton Hunter does the thing, so we probably should get rid of it pretty quick. The others ran away. It's just as well. We couldn't have beaten them and the skeletons at the same time. We disrupted their ritual, which is all that matters. We might as well check to see if those skeletons were carrying anything useful. A ruby crystal, a sapphire crystal, a garnet crystal, but no pearls or diamonds. Sadness. And not even a sapphire one, really? Some of this could be very useful to us. What is it? This ritual. It's a summoning ritual, a very powerful one. Those road people were going to kill themselves. It was the only way to provide enough sacrifices to enact the ritual. Why did they run away then if they were going to do that? We ruined the circle during the fight. They would have to have had to redraw and start again. I would have attacked then used us for new sacrifices. Thankfully, they were too cowardly for that. They may return with reinforcements, however, so we should really move on. What were they summoning? My guess would be they were trying to summon whatever is the source of the dark magic below, or at least they were trying to strengthen the source. I think I understand now. What? The source? It's a demon lord, or at least something like it. How did a demon lord get here? I don't know, but it explains a lot. Only something like that could wield this much dark magic. Hello, Marianne. Do you like the idea of dark demon lords? Does that make you want to go pero? So those people were trying to strengthen it. Since it hasn't actively tried to stop us, the demon lord might be hurt or slumbering. This ritual could have awoken it. That would have been bad. It could leave this place and destroy the town easily. Then we made the right choice to fight. But we should move on before they come back. The last thing I want to be is a sacrifice to a demon. I agree. Let's go. They started to walk away. Why would someone want to awaken a demon lord? They probably wanted to strike a bargain. You could get almost anything from a being that powerful. I see. Let's keep moving. I only hope that whatever is lurking down there is still asleep when we find it. Me too. That is a lot of snakes. These snakes are really trying to kill us. Clear of the rubble at last. I'm exhausted. Are you able to continue? Give me a little while to rest. I'm glad we got through without getting hurt, but it would have been nice to see Tiberius's face if he saw your armor full of holes. Thalia, stop it. I need to rest. Keeping this darkness at bay is tiring. We should go then and let a new outpost be set up. I don't want to end up a lunatic like the others who ventured down this far. Level cleared. Gained access to level 9. That's what's up. We still don't have any relationship things ever since the very first ones, which makes me worried. But maybe we'll get the last couple later on. I don't know. It's weird that we haven't got more relationship things yet. It really is. Onwards to the grind of 25,000 gold, I guess. Hell yeah, got ourselves a medium pearl. That is what's up. Okay, so who should we put it on? Is going to be the question. Because she's got a big one, that's 3. And then you've got a small one here, so that's 4. So if I remember right, it's 4, 4, 5, right? So if we move this one as a medium, that'll give her 5. And then if we move it over to Thalia, that'll give her 5. Right? Yeah. That'll mean everybody has 5. Okay. So we'll move the Sapphire Pebble and then we'll sell the Sapphire Pebble. That sounds like a plan. That sounds like a plan. And we got a medium diamond. That's what's up. And a medium diamond. Okay. So who... Again, I'm not sure how far we should go on the diamonds. So you've got a big diamond, which is 3. And then you've got a medium diamond here, which is what's giving you your 5. And then all you have, I believe, is a medium. And then you only have a small. So you're getting 5, you're getting 2. So really, actually, we should probably move, because that's 3 and 2. And that's 2, so you're getting 3 more than everybody else. You're only getting 1. So you're getting 2. You're getting 1. So if we move it to here, like maybe say right here, that would give you 3 on each elemental. So you would have 3, you would have 2, and then you would have 5, which feels weird. There's gotta be a way to... I'm not thinking properly somehow. Yeah, okay, so we'll move this one is what we'll move. So we'll, empty socket 1, move it over here to you, to give you 4, and then we'll move it over to you, move it here, and that'll give you 3. So you've got 3, you've got 3, and you've got 4. There we go. I knew there was a way to more even that out. You've got a little bit more than the others, but that's okay. And you've got the big pearl, which is 3. And you've got the small pearl, which gives you 5.
Stream Elements said,
And then the diamond.
stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
And then you've got an empty socket here, so sapphire crystal. And then you're good there. Okay. So you've got the big one, which is 3. Then you've got a medium, which is 5, and then the 2. Yeah. Yeah. And then you've got that here, which gives you the 3. Okay. I didn't realize you still had a pebble, actually. So yeah, that's kind of bad. I didn't realize we still had a pebble. So we... Oh. Hmm. We don't have any other pebbles on anybody, do we? I didn't think we had any pebbles on anybody. 3, 4, 5, and then the 2, and then the 1, so that gives you 3. And then that's, nugget. Yeah. Yeah. And then that's your 2, and then that's the 4. And then you've got the 5 right there, and the 2 there. You've got a... Oh, so you have a pebble too. Okay, so we do have one more pebble. Okay. Yeah, okay. It is amazing how many how many pearls and diamonds we're getting, though. We're doing pretty good. I think I will keep it to 2 diamonds, and preferably they'll both be big ones, so we get like 6. But if we stick to just 4 or so, then that's fine too. I don't want the elemental resistance to take priority over normal defense is the thing. So I think that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to limit it to, say, the breastplate maybe, and have 2 on each. That sounds like a plan. That sounds like a plan. Just have 2 diamonds in general. And try to keep the diamonds more or less even. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. So you've got the pearl there, and then you've got 1 pearl there and a diamond. So actually, in that vein, let's move the diamond here so the diamonds will be on the breastplate and make that easier to remember. And then that'll be there. You don't have 2 diamonds yet, do you? Do you? You have the 1 on the helmet. You have 2 pearls on the breastplate. Yeah, you have 2 diamonds. Okay, so we need to empty socket 1 and empty socket there and make your breastplate the diamond. So the only one that doesn't have 2 diamonds on the breastplate is Kira. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds good. And then we need to make sure she has her medium pearls on. So she has her pearls. Yeah, okay. That sounds right. That sounds good. Okay. And then she's got her pearls. Actually, that feels a little weird. Doop-a-doop. We'll put the medium pearl here so she has both medium pearls there. There we go. And then the small one can go here for evenness. Yeah, there we go. That's 2 small there, the 1 there, and then the diamonds there. There we go. That's more even. We don't want to switch this, do we? Do we? No, those are the same thing. Okay. So you've got your doubles there. That gives you the 3. You've got your 2 there, which gives you 4. So yeah, now we know. Now it's more and more organized. Actually, let's move the pearl down a little here. So that's more even. So we know we've got the pearls there. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, actually, hold on. Why do we have an extra blue? Doop, doop, doop. Okay, we didn't put it here. That's why. Okay. Yeah, so you're the only one with no 2 diamonds. Okay. Very good. And that's what we'll do. We'll just try to upgrade the diamonds, but we won't keep more than 2 diamonds on one person. We'll just try to keep the diamonds even, but we won't keep more than 2 on one person. That's how we'll keep the elemental balanced with the physical. I don't know how many more times we're going to be fighting elementals, but yeah. hell yeah, we got ourselves another pearl. That's what's up. Okay, now we gotta figure out how to balance things again. So you have 5. And then you have... Okay, yeah, okay. And then you have 5. And you have 4. Okay. So there's not really, I don't think, any way to balance this properly, because a big is a big, right? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because if we give it to her, that'll put her at 7. So if we do that right here, that puts her at 3 and 7. Yeah, so see, that's 7. We still have one more we can give to someone, so we could do like a 5, 6, and 7, I think. Maybe. That's assuming we switch out. So that's 1 there. So yeah, that gives her 6. She has 7. So we really need to give 1 here to someone else. But I don't think she has a 1. She has a big and a medium, so yeah. Unless we switch this one with a 2 for here, which would give her 2, 6, which would give her 6. So, yeah, there we go. There we go. I thought there. Okay, there we go. 6. Everybody has 6 pearl strength now. Very good. There was a way to balance. I just got to think a little. My poor little turtle brain sometimes, right? Okay. And we got ourselves another small diamond. Okay, well, there's no way to even that out because a 1 is a 1 is a 1, right? So we'll go ahead and give it to Thalia, I guess. So you've got a 2 there, and then your jacket is for your diamonds. And then you've got 2 there, so yeah, we're almost at the point where we've got... Wait a second, no, that's diamond, not pearl. I'm getting them mixed up. I'm getting them mixed up. Okay. So do we even want this small diamond? Yes, we do, because Kira only has 1 diamond. So we'll put that there, and that gives her 4, 3, and 4. And there's not much we can do about that. But that's okay, because now we've got 2 diamonds on our things. Okay, so you need to put your pearl here, and that gives you the 3 for the big, and the 3 for the big. Yeah, that keeps you at 6. Okay, so does anybody need the sapphire nugget and sapphire crystal is going to be the question. Because you've got pearls on your helmet, your diamonds on the thing, and then you've got pearl and a crystal, and you've got crystal there as well. Okay, and then you are pearl, diamond, you've got pearls, and that is a nugget. So yeah, we'll put the crystal here. Okay, and what about you? You've got the pearl, you've got the diamonds, you've got the pearls there, and then you have a pebble here. So yeah, there we go. But from now on, yeah, from now on, even crystals, even nuggets will be sold. So it's the crystals and the specific ones we need to look out for. Okay, so even nuggets are getting sold now. That's how advanced we've gotten this thingy. Very good.
Deputy in the dark said, cheap viewers on asterisk asterisk.
You know something we could probably do? I think we can do this. No, maybe we can't. Can we not sell the potions we've got? I was going to say, because I've got so many potions now, it'd be kind of nice to sell them. Okay, apparently we can't sell the potions. We're getting there, though. Only 5,000 more to go. This game gets very grindy, apparently. Very, very grindy. But it's not like we're having a hard time, and we're even on hard. So I don't know if that's just how good I build my deck, or build my people, or what. But we're not having too much trouble, so that's a good thing, I guess. Okay. We'll get the 25,000 eventually, that's for sure. I kind of wish we could sell our potions, though, because we really do have a lot of them. Because we've got 23 of them now. There's no way that we'll ever use that many, right? We should be able to sell our potions. I also would like to know why we only have a 25% chance here. Based on your party and the enemy stats. I mean, that doesn't feel appropriate at all. We have no chance of losing to these people at this point. It should at least be a 50% chance, right? I mean, come on now. You always know when I am coming. Do you spy on me with that magic mirror of yours? Perhaps. Do you have what I asked for? You know I do. Lysander handed over the sack of valuables. Our next target. Would you believe that Thomas Gingoli has a friend other than Raoul Capello? You say he does? A former soldier who served under him, but retired recently. She was his lover for a time, and he wrote to her. They are no longer together. No, but that does not matter. His former lover kept the letters he wrote. I think they would interest you. Why did you not tell us about this sooner? They could have shed more light on than the other things you have had us chase. Your daughters would never be ready to take on such a soldier until now. I told you this was a path, and you must follow it to its end. You mean they must. This is not a game. Indeed it is not. That is why I do not set you tasks that you cannot succeed in. Your daughters would be dead if they attempted to burgle this house until now. Now I must go. You should have all you need now. If, however, you feel additional assistance is required, then I shall be here when you need me. Goodbye, stranger. I hope we never meet again. Farewell, Lysander Spyros. So is this the last one? That's almost what it seems like. How do we not have the relationships yet, though? That's weird. I don't know. So level 20, yeah, because we're level 26. That's why I went ahead and just did that one thing. Visit a former soldier serving under Thomas Chingoli. Alright, let's do it. Clearly the soldier didn't know what they were keeping. This is an impressive collection. Some of these look very expensive. They're far too heavy to be worth whatever they cost. I'm sure we can manage to take an extra one each. Joanne sighed. Very well, I suppose it could be useful. This axe looks like a proper weapon. Oh, now that is different. We got a new axe. Are you sure? Won't it require both of your hands? Dooba was not expecting a brand new weapon. And that's just better, period, over the Avilda's axe. Quite what possessed someone to create an axe out of soft metal like gold is beyond any sane mind. Despite that, the auric axe has proven time and time again to be utterly indestructible and singularly effective at killing things. Perhaps the madness of its creator instilled it with some kind of power, or maybe a god gifted this weapon with some of his power as a joke. Regardless, the wielder of this weapon is greatly enhanced by whatever power this axe possesses. That axe makes my skin crawl. There's something just wrong about it. The only thing wrong with it is that some idiot thought gold was a good material for a weapon. If we melted it down, then I bet we wouldn't need to steal anything again for a good long while. I tried. It's indestructible. I told you, there's something wrong with that thing. That is definitely a very nice axe. It's like hands down the best axe. The Juggernaut gives 5 more health points, but that is about it. Very nice. Don't worry, I'll be fine. These daggers are so sharp. Yeah, we are definitely in the end game. We're getting the ultimate equipment now, aren't we? It must have taken forever to hone the edges. The party got a new item, keys to paradise. I doubt there will be much here for me. I don't see anything that looks magical. I found this stick. Maybe it's something useful to you. Gold Dragon's Bane. Yeah, so we got our ultimate weapons. We're in the end game now, guys. It's pretty much decided at this point. When the name of these paired daggers first became known, many treasure hunters wondered if they were key to some kind of hidden cache of treasure or ancient lost civilization. Sadly, the origins of the name were far less wondrous. Quite simply, the original creator of these weapons used sending them to paradise as a euphemism for killing their target, so these daggers were the key to sending the unfortunate victim to their eternal rest. Certainly, while the daggers are not the key to an actual paradise, they are incredibly good at killing. Those looks far too vicious for such a pretty name. You should change it. I can't just change its name. You wouldn't change the name of anything you got, would you? I suppose so. Maybe love little keys to paradise. Not going to happen. And that's hands down the better one for her. 4 more speed on Silent Killer. 2 more attack on the Forest Raider. 5 more crit on Monster's Bane. But yeah, it's probably the better weapon overall. Joanne, Gold Dragon's Bane. Made of the scales of gold dragons, this powerful wand is imbued with the strength, speed, and magic of the scale's owners. This incredible wand has great power, with one huge drawback. Any bearing it in the presence of a gold dragon will likely be torn to pieces. So this is made from bits of a gold dragon. I hope you wash your hands after you use it. That's all you have to say about something amazing like this. It smells a bit funny too. You're hopeless. So what's this I hear about Joanne the
Stream
Prude holding a
Elements
dragon's
said,
rod?
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Thalia, you're too easy, Joanne. Shut up. Gold Dragon's Bane. Alright, let's get it done. This is actually a magic wand. Really, I was kind of joking. It's a very powerful one, too. Well, we should get going. There's nothing left for us here. We are not getting through this hallway without a fight. I could turn us invisible, but it would still be hard to walk in the middle of all of them without touching anyone or making any noise. I would need to cast a silence spell too. Keeping both maintained will be exhausting, but I can do it. We could start a fire to distract the guards. What? The guards would have to investigate the fire. Everyone would see the flames. It would alert the whole estate. I don't mean start a fire that could burn down the whole building. We make it look an accidental fire. It would look plausible with all the wood piled under those torches. I see. That might work. I could distract them. How? I can climb up to the ceiling beams and make some noise up there. Then I could lead them away to the opposite end of the hall and then double back to join you. That will alert the guards they have intruders, though. All of our plans have upsides and downs. Joanne sighed. That's true. I like the idea of fire. Fire sounds good. That was Kira, right? Joanne threw a spark into a pile of wood under a torch. It only took a few moments before a guard noticed the flickering flames. Fire! Fire! Don't just stand there. Get a bucket chain together. Most of the guards ran out of the hallway in the direction of the nearest source of water. A couple stayed behind trying to pull potential sources of fuel from the fire. The hallway quickly filled up with smoke. Now's our chance. Holding their breaths, the sisters ran through the smoke while the guards were distracted. The door is locked. Give me a moment to pick it. That's too slow. The door is too heavy for you to smash it open. We'll see about that. Kira charged the door at full speed, slamming into the door with all her might. The sisters passed through and closed the door behind them, wrestling with it until it looked somewhat undamaged. Kira clutched at her shoulder and winced. That door was sturdier than it looked. I warned you. Be quiet. Someone's coming. How did you get in here? By opening the door and walking in. Funny. Let's see how clever you are once we've beaten you senseless. Kira's been injured, of course. Another big hall. This is the last room in the mansion. I don't understand. You've reached the end of your journey. Who are you? Show yourself. My name is Yenna. You must be the three robbers who have been plaguing Accra. I'll take pleasure in ending your reign of terror. You're Thomas's old lover. You look so young. How do you know about that? You're right, she is too young to be with that man. I started my career when I was only 15. General Jingoli recognized my talent at that young age and helped me rise in the ranks. I bet he did. You're not with him now, though. That's my own business. Now answer my question, and I might be merciful. How did you know I was Thomas's lover? Um, Someone told us it doesn't really matter. What's important is what we want. Money, I suspect. No, we're looking for the letters that Thomas sent you. You work for Lord Capello, don't you? You're spies. No, we hate Rawl. We're looking for information in those letters to stop him. Why are you telling her that? Joanna looked at Kira, who nudged Thalia into silence. You retired early and left Thomas because of Rawl, didn't you? It was because of both of them. Thomas and Rawl are both obsessed with that woman. I was sick of it all, and her most of all. Who are you talking about? Rawl's wife? Over here, they are in the mistress's room. The guards will be here any time. Take the letters and go before they get here. You would
Foxy
just give
Mother
them
Lily
to
Marianne
us?
said, "Gotta go."
Stay safe, Marianne. Thank you for coming. If they can destroy Thomas and Rawl, then I'm happy. Thomas and Lord Capello never valued me. I was a stupid girl, but I know better now. I had hoped to use them in some way to hurt one or both of them, but I think you three can do more harm than I ever could. I think you're right. Yenna stepped through a hidden door at the end of the hall. A few moments later, she returned with a small wooden chest. These are the letters. Kira took the chest. Thank you. If you don't use them to hurt Thomas and Rawl, I will hunt you down and kill you. We promise we will. The sisters fled the mansion using Joanne's invisibility spell to sneak past the guards rushing to their mistress's aid. Awesome. I am happy to see you made it back safely. That place was like a fortress, Father. Thomas's old lover was a paranoid person. There's a surprise when she sleeps with madmen. So, what do the letters say? We didn't have time to read them. There were too many soldiers. We had to leave as soon as we could. Very well. Then we can read them together. I'll just pick out the bits that mention Raw or Mother. Good. I don't want to hear what they get up to in bed. Thank you for that vision, Thalia. Misery loves company. Joanne scanned over the letters, her face contorting through various expressions. You should see your face right now, Joanne. I'm sorry. It's just, I feel a little bad. Don't. I can't help it. Have you found anything? This is something. Raw's obsession with the Spiros woman borders on madness. He indulges her even after all she has done. When did he send the letter? At least a couple of years after Mother was arrested. Well, we know she was at least alive then. This is the most recent letter I can find. It's around a year old. 15 years the sham of a marriage to that thing he insists is the Ariana Spiros of decades past. Can he not see that she is manipulating him, using his love of someone who ceased to exist long ago? I know you believe her to be genuine, but I cannot allow myself to believe like the others. Still, I fail to catch her out, to make her mask slip. So many times I've thought of just killing her, ending her hold over him, and returning him to the man I knew. But I cannot. Who knows what hell I would unleash should I raise my sword against her? So I must continue to pretend she is my better, that I take orders from her as I take orders from him. His words here make it sound like your mother is not the Ariana Rawl is married to. We did think that. The Ariana in the castle is said to be around the same age as Joanne and no scar. Thomas really doesn't like her, though. I think we should pay Thomas a visit now. I don't think that's wise, if you thought his lover's home was a fortress. Not to mention, how do you expect to make him talk? I don't. We're going to rob him. He must have plenty of raw secrets locked away in his home. True, but still, you are risking much. It will be worth it. I know it. Do you two feel the same? Yes, I do. Lysander sighed. I cannot stop you. Oh yeah, I have a question. What? For father. What do you want to know, Thalia? Thomas said Rawl loved mother. What does he mean? Did Rawl know mother? Yes, he did. She and Rawl were friends before she met me. What? You three never seemed that curious about your mother's past, and, honestly, I did not want to talk about it. But I suppose I should tell you now. It seems the time is right. You see, the Myers family, your mother's family, were very successful merchants in Accra, and, naturally, the Capello family is attracted to wealth. The family started spending time together, and that was how your mother met a young Rawl. It is nice to meet you, sir. It is nice to meet you, miss. Please just call me Ariana. Then please just call me Rawl. My father is the Lord. I am simply a man. Ariana chuckled softly. It is a pleasure to meet you, Rawl. Our fathers were eager for us to meet. So I hear. Would you take me a tour of this castle? I have never been inside before. It would be my pleasure. Shortly after their first meeting, they began courting. Personally, I don't see what your mother saw in him, but to the day she was taken, she was convinced there was good in him, and that was what she had loved. Wait, she loved Rawl? Yes, she loved us both, but in the end she picked me. So how did you two meet if she was courting Rawl? I remember that day well. She had arranged to meet with Rawl, but he was running late. Where is he? Looking for me? No, you're definitely not the man I'm looking for. Are you sure? Why don't you take a closer look? You'd best leave me alone before you regret it. Ho ho, aren't we a fiery one? You there. Was that man bothering you, miss? He was, but you did not need to worry about me. I can take care of myself. I'm sure there are others who need your help. Well, I just help those I see. If you are well, then I'll be on my way. If it is not too forward of me, may I ask your name? My name is Ariana Myers. Yours? I am Lysander Spyros. It is a pleasure to meet you, Guard Spyros. You're looking unpurple for a Spyro, but okay. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Myers. But you shouldn't call me guard right now. I'm not on duty or even in uniform. So, I see. Many around here recognize me, though, so sometimes I help out even when I'm not on duty. That is admirable. Thank you, but I really must go. I have a house to take care of. Family waiting at home. Lysander laughed nervously. No, I live alone. I moved to the city from the country and became a guard. It's probably obvious. There's nothing wrong with how you act, but I shouldn't keep you. Lysander nodded. Goodbye. I rather hope we meet again. That would be nice. Shortly after, I started courting her too. Father, I'm sorry, I could not help myself, and Ariana had fallen for me too. It was a rather awkward time, to be honest. I can imagine. In the end, it was the death of Raw's parents that changed everything. Everyone knows that story. He killed any living Capello he could find in revenge for the murder of his parents. Yes, but what people don't know is how Ariana felt about all that. Why? How can you choose Lysander over me? You loved me first. I still love you, Rawl, but I can't accept what you did. It was justice. They killed my parents. You killed innocent children, Rawl. They would not stay innocent for long. The Capello bloodline was corrupted. I needed to cleanse it and start again. Your grief has driven you mad, Rawl. I wish I could help you, but I can't. Only the gods can help you. Ariana, please. I'm sorry, Rawl. I just can't be around that much blood. I will always love you, but I just can't. Goodbye, Ariana. And so we married. We moved to Stoneholm and started our family. Rawl became even worse a few years after Ariana left. He started raising taxes and killing anyone he saw as a threat. That was when your mother decided she could not stand idly by. Are you sure about this? I'm sure. I should go with you. Someone needs to care for the children. Children need their mother, as they need their father. I will still be there for them. I'm only going out at night. Still, Lysander, you know I can do more than you can. I've never wanted you to feel beneath me. You are the best man I know. But I have magic. I have my strength and my speed. No one else is strong enough to stand up to Rawl but me. You make me sound useless. You know I don't believe that. I couldn't trust anyone else to look after our children. She kissed Lysander gently. I love you more than anything in the world. I couldn't bear to see you hurt. She pressed her forehead to his. I'll only be gone at night. I'll be here at your side. I have to do this. It's my fault Rawl is this way, not yours. It's not your fault, Ariana. No one is making him act this way. Maybe, but I can't help it. I need to do something. I'll be back in a few hours, my love. Wish me luck. May the gods go with you. Wow, so that's why Mother started being the Queen of Thieves. How could she blame herself for what Rawl was doing? She felt like she abandoned him, and that drove him mad. I think he would have gone mad either way, but she would not hear of it. You three get your stubbornness from her. Because you're not stubborn at all, Father. Of course I'm not. Anyway, I think it's all time we got some rest. It's late and we still have a shop to run. Good night, girls. Good night, Father. A few days later, near Thomas Gingoli's estate. There's no way we're getting in and out of there without losing our heads. Far too many. It's like a barracks in there. Even invisible would jostle into someone or we would be heard. I guess Father was right after all. Maybe his mysterious friend could help us. How much is it going to cost us now? Only one way to find out. Back so soon? Did something go wrong? It's too hard. Thomas has almost a whole battalion living on his estate. I'm sorry to hear that. Perhaps it's for the best. We want you to see if your friend can help. He is not my friend. He has already extorted enough from us. Do you really want to give him more? Please, Father, just see if he can help. He has helped us until now, even if his fees are insane. We can do the work and pay him. We just need a way to get in. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. The only other way is if he knows a way to get us into the castle. So ask him about either. Lysander sighed. Very well. Since you all insist, I will go see him. I will come back and tell you what he says. I knew you would return. Of course you did. Do you need my help? Thomas's house is too well defended. I could help you with that, for a price. If you can help with that, can you help with getting us into the castle? I could, but I won't. Entering the castle now would get your daughters killed. I suppose you will want even more money for that later. Perhaps. We shall see what the gods have in store for you. Fine. So what do you want for helping my daughters get to Thomas's house? 50,000 gold. What? Now I know you're insane. I could hire a mercenary company for that amount and attack him myself. You are ready to prosecute a war against an entire nation. Remind me what your daughters and wife's thoughts were on killing. You have a way of getting them in without harming anyone? I do. Just get me the gold and you will see. Fine. I will tell them and see what they think. Is there next on the line? As you wish. I shall be here when you need me. So, what did he say? He claims he can get you into Thomas's estate, but the fee is madness. His fees had been mad before, not 50,000 gold mad. That, I, I guess it's all we can do. That is so much money. We could hire an entire army for that. We can't start a war. I know. I suppose the stranger knows it too. I did mention it to him. I guess we get to work on that as soon as possible. Do not take too many risks. We cannot afford to become impatient and make mistakes. We won't. Good. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. I'll lock up. Thank you, Joanne. So the next plot mission is a recommended level of 25. Okay. Hmm. 50,000. That is insane. Okay, well, hopefully level 26 will be good enough for this level 25 mission. We will see, I guess. This is the last bag. Yes. Lysander sighed and leaned against a nearby wall. I am exhausted. You made me go back and forth so many times. I would have been happy with it all in one chest, but you are the one afraid of being caught. And you're not. No. Will you help us now? Yes. The soldiers will be gone when your daughters arrive. What if they're not gone? I have kept my word up until now. But you always know where to find me. Lysander gripped his injured shoulder as he walked back. It hurt badly. He would have to talk to Joanne about it when he got back. Oh my god. The entire time it had to be before at this. Okay. It was always quiet at the market during the night. Usually the only people left were people like her who were too busy during the day to get anything else done. Shop owners, guards, sailors, and the like were all here. A familiar voice rose over the din. This is outrageous. You can't just raise your prices like that. Kira passed by some stalls and saw Mary Ann standing in front of a handcart loaded with bars of metal. It can't have risen that much in just a week. There was a mine collapse, so resources are thinner right now. Liar, I would have heard. Do you think just because I'm a woman I'm easy to con? Don't go throwing accusations like that. There are plenty of other forges I can sell to. They would throw you out on your ears if you tried to give them that price. That's what you think, young lady. I'll give you, young lady. Kira felt like it was time to step in before someone got hurt. Sorry to interrupt, but you're starting to attract a bit of a crowd with the two of you shouting. I don't see how this is any of your business. Don't change the subject about our price. I know you don't really have anyone else to sell it to. You would have done by now. If that makes you feel better when I walk away with all of this for someone else, the usual price. I can't afford anything less than what I'm offering. I paid over the odds of this because of the mine collapse. I already know you're lying. Even if there was, you obviously had this for long enough that it didn't matter. How do you know that? The color of the metal. It's obviously been sitting out for a while. Usual price. We can meet in the middle. Usual price. The merchant growled, balling his fist as if he thought about hitting her. Take the money and go. Fine. Mary Ann tossed a pouch at him before grabbing the cart. Pull that stunt again and I'll see you out of town. The merchant grumbled but said nothing, wandering off with the pouch clutched in his hands. Well, that was quite something. Mary Ann sighed. Thanks for trying to step in. Do you usually like to talk down to women? What about me? That is none of your business. Kira moved close, leaning over the man. It is my business when you try to take advantage of honest people, especially when you try to talk down to them. Do you have a problem with successful women? Of course not. So you're always just a rude thief. How dare you? Stop trying to spin lies and take the money you're owed. The merchant took the pouch held out by Mary Ann before beating a hasty retreat out of the marketplace. You didn't need to do that. I would have got him to back off eventually. I wanted to help. Also, I was worried you were going to hit him. Mary Ann chuckled. No, I wasn't anywhere near that mad. I may have shouted some more, though. Thanks, anyway. I'll help you with the cart. I'm not a damsel in distress. You have seen my arms. Maybe I need the exercise more than you then. Mary Ann laughed. You got me there. Fine. You take the cart. The two started walking in the direction of the smithy. Are you sure this isn't taking you out of your way? I'm guessing you weren't at the marketplace just to intimidate merchants. Just picking up a few things. It can wait. I suppose facing down armed people makes it easy to stand up to people. It's really different. It's easier to stand up to people with weapons, at least when you're armed. There isn't much talking. Working as a guard, you learn to talk to people as well as how to fight. Sometimes words can do way more than a sword. You sound like my grandfather. He was the one who started the forge. He used to be a soldier, but gave it up to become a blacksmith. I think he was tired of all the fighting. I know that feeling. We're here so you can put that cart down. That wasn't quite the right one, though, because that didn't quite get all the way up. I didn't know shouting was a normal way to talk to people. Mind your own business. I'm busy, Kira. Let's talk later. Oh, that didn't work at all. Is this woman giving you trouble, sir? Mind your own. The man's gaze was transfixed on Kira's cleavage as she leaned forward slightly and smiled. You shouldn't let yourself get angry like that. It's not a big deal, is it? Really? I'm sure you have lots more important things to be getting on with. Mary Ann opened her mouth to speak but kept quiet. She looked a little unhappy with Kira, although the warrior had no idea why flirting with the merchant should bother her. That's true, but I can't afford to just give all this stuff away, which is what she wants me to do. Kira gently touched the man's arm. I'm sure she's being very reasonable. She's my friend. I can tell you that we will both be very grateful if you could give it to us for what she's offering. Oh, well, perhaps. Trust me. Very well. Kira took the money from Mary Ann and pressed it into the merchant's hand. Thank you very much. You are a true gentleman. The merchant smiled a little. Now I'm going to help my friend get this home. Good night. Good night. Without another word, Kira grabbed Mary Ann and pulled her along with the cart out of sight of the merchant. That was a little much. Kira laughed. It was funny. You've never flirted with me like that. Never needed to. Well, maybe I would like it. You're my friend. It would be a little awkward. I'm sure we're both grown up enough to handle it. Perhaps some other time. Mary Ann pouted. Kira rolled her eyes. You're worse than Thalia. Anyway, I should get this stuff back to the forge. Thanks anyway. There we go, full heart up. Good night, Kira. I'll be dreaming about that cleavage. Kira blushed despite herself. You are shameless. Just honest. Kira chuckled softly to herself, giving Mary Ann a little wave as she disappeared around a corner. Sighing, she turned her attention back to the business that brought her to the marketplace in the first place. Now, why did you have to go forward a day? I didn't want you to go forward a day, since apparently at night is when things happen. I can't believe I didn't think about that, but yeah. Kira liked to visit the temple at night to pray. It was less crowded, and Thalia was less likely to notice her going. She understood why her younger sibling didn't like the gods, but she wished she didn't always get so angry that no one else felt the same way. Most of the priests and guards were gone at this time. There were a few milling around the various shrines, but so few that most of the soldiers were barely paying attention to them. She spied a familiar figure kneeling at one of the altars, something clasped in his hands as he prayed. Pausing, Kira had to admit she was a little surprised to see Frederick kneeling there. She had not taken him as a pious man. Frederick stood up, visibly stiffening, when he realized Kira was standing in front of him. Oh, Kira. Hello. Hello. Do you pray often? Yes. There's no shame in that. You don't have to look so embarrassed. In my line of work, showing weakness is usually a bad thing. Praying is a weakness. Maybe. I don't know. Kira glanced down at his hands. He was clutching something very tightly in a balled fist. Is something wrong? I feel like I'm talking to a smuggler I just caught moving his contraband. What? No, nothing's wrong. You know you can talk to me, right? That's very nice of you, Kira, but there really is nothing wrong. Kira's eyes narrowed. Years of working as a soldier and guard had trained her senses. She knew when someone was lying to her. It hurts me that you won't talk to me. I'm talking to you, Kira. I told you nothing's wrong. Kira chuckled quietly. I guess maybe I was being a little subtle. Frederick rolled his eyes. Now really wasn't the time for that kind of joke. I was just teasing. I'm sorry if I upset you. It's fine. I wasn't that bothered. I was just worried I had actually hurt you. It's sweet you care. More than likely that's not the best. More than likely it gets to the other side of the heart, right? If we're going by the standards so far. You know, I'm really good at telling when someone is lying to me. Oh, no, that's definitely not it. Maybe I could distract you from what's bothering you. Kira leaned forward and smiled at Frederick. I like you, Frederick. I'm more than happy to help distract you from your troubles. I'm really not in the mood, Kira. Kira pouted. I'm not your type. It's not that. You're very attractive, but, he sighed. If you say so. So do you pray often? Not as often as I should. Joanne is the pious one. How did that only get a single thingy up? Frederick chuckled softly. She does give off that impression. Kira laughed. Reverend sister, so sorry. Maybe you should move out to the grounds. Good idea. The two walked out of the temple proper and into the grounds. They did not say anything on the way there. Frederick's mind appeared elsewhere, and Kira did not want to get scolded by the priests again. So yes, I visit the temple occasionally. I'm pretty regular. I enjoy it. It brings me some peace. Same. Frederick sighed and looked up at the night sky. It's getting late. I should head back to the shop. It was nice to bump into you again. I feel like you don't visit my shop often enough. I bet you say that to everyone. He laughed. You'll never know. Giving her a small wave, the man walked out of the grounds. Kira turned away and walked back into the temple. She still needed to do what she actually came for. Okay, so I guess there's not one that gives a big bump? Because if you say so, only gave a little small bump, right? Like barely even a part of the heart. So which one was it? It hurts me, you won't talk to me? I guess it's the biggest bump we'll get right now. Stop teasing me. I was being serious, sort of. I do like it that you care if you hurt me. Of, of course I do. It wouldn't be good to upset a potential customer. Is that all? Of course. You're allowed to be friends with your customers. I suppose. So, are we friends? I guess we are. Frederick sighed. Anyway, I should go. Enjoy your time at the temple. Good night. Good night. She watched Frederick leave before returning her attention to what brought her here in the first place. Kira frowned when she saw an armored figure standing outside the tavern. Why was Tiberius here? They were supposed to be avoiding him, but he was making that rather difficult. She considered giving up on visiting the tavern tonight, but thought better of it. Why should she give up having a relaxing night at the tavern just to avoid the guard captain? It was not like she was doing anything illegal. Good evening. Kira, I believe. Hello. Do you normally lurk outside of taverns at night? It is part of my regular patrol. There are the occasional fights to sort out. I thought that would be much too important for a captain to do. I prefer being on the streets than in the barracks. I see. It is fortunate you are here. There were some more questions I wanted to ask. Kira tensed slightly but did her best to relax. He was using a classic technique to throw suspects off by being friendly before suddenly turning the conversation into an interrogation. More. I feel like that's all you ever want to do when we meet. The robberies still go on, so I must keep asking questions of potential suspects. So I'm still a suspect. There are many. You just happen to be here now. I see. So what do you want to know? You and your sisters live with your father, yes? She nodded. What about your mother? Is there a problem? I would have thought a guard wouldn't be into gossip. No, not quite. Only the gods know. There we go. What do you mean by that? I don't know where she is. She could be dead for all I know. I am sorry to hear that. Do you know how? You had best speak to my father. Our mother left when we were all very young. He raised us on his own without any help. I see. Well, thank you for answering my question. I may have others, but I have to return to my patrol. He bowed his head. Enjoy your evening. You, too. I always enjoy my work. Kira could not help but chuckle a little at that. I used to work as a guard in the city before I came to work with my father. You don't have to pretend with me. You were a guard once. Now that I think about it, you certainly carry yourself like one. Well, it is nice to meet a fellow comrade in arms, even if you are retired now. If you ever need a warrior on short notice, I could maybe help for a small fee. So you are a mercenary now? No, but it would cover the expenses of the shop while I am away. You are a very astute businesswoman. You should tell my sisters that. They don't believe me. Tiberius chuckled a little. Well, I should go. Farewell, Kira. Good evening, Captain. She watched the man go with a smirk on her lips. Tiberius was an interesting man. He was unlike any guard she had ever known. She had yet to decide if that was a good thing, but he was certainly a lot nicer than she expected. The only worry was if he was smarter than he looked, too. Her answer was a bit risky, but she hoped her father would be sharp enough to back her story when the captain inevitably asked him about his wife. Kira was sure it would be fine, though. Her father would know what to do. She sighed happily and pushed the door open to the tavern. Time for a drink or three. Kira liked to visit the tavern. They served good drinks, and it reminded her a little of spending time with her fellow guards. She did not regret coming here to help her father and mother, but she did miss her comrades. Sitting herself down, she smiled when she saw Morgaine approaching. Oh, hello, Kira. Hello. I would like some ale tonight. Of course. I'll bring it to you right away. The waitress walked over to the bar before returning quickly with a full tankard for Kira. Thanks. You're welcome. Kira opened her mouth to say something, but found herself lost for words. Since her first meeting with Morgaine, the girl had been in her mind at the strangest times. She wanted to talk to her, but it was hard to know what to say to someone she knew so little about. Girl, girl, come over here. Coming, sir. The warrior watched Morgaine walk over to the clearly very drunk man. He reached out and tried to grab at the waitress's backside, but she dodged with surprising speed. Why don't you let me get a hold on that big backside of yours? I'm not interested, sir. Now, I think it's best you leave. You've had enough. Not until I get my hands on those nice big hips of yours. Sir, enough. I'll call the guards. No, you won't. Kira stood up, the bar falling into silence at the sound of her chair hitting the ground. She strode over to the drunk, who was now trying to grab Morgaine's wrist to stop her dodging his clumsy attempts to fondle her. Sir, I think it's best you leave. She's clearly not interested. Mind your own business. This is between me and the lovely girl here. He grabbed Morgaine's wrist. Lay a hand on her and I'll break it. The man scoffed. What can a girl do to me? To answer his question, Kira grabbed his outstretched hand and twisted his arm until he could no longer move. I could twist it more. It will hurt. A lot. Let me go, you blasted whore. The warrior's eyes narrowed. With an unpleasant popping sound, she twisted his arm until the shoulder popped out. My arm! My arm! Kira pushed the man away, smirking as he cradled his dislocated arm. Get out before I get angry. The man looked around, clearly pleading for assistance, but none of the other patrons were interested. Whore sons and whores, the lot of you! He spat on the ground before staggering out of the tavern. Thank you, Kira. The waitress blushed a little. I'm glad that was the right option. I was thinking maybe it was a little too violent for her, but I'm glad she enjoyed it. No one has ever done that for me before. You're really amazing. Kira laughed awkwardly. I've had to deal with drunks like that all the time. Thank you, though. Do you think I could get another ale? I'm rather thirsty now after all the excitement. Morgane giggled. Of course. Walking back over to her table, Kira sat down and enjoyed the rest of the evening, getting free ale from Morgane and other grateful patrons. She went home very drunk, but very happy once the tavern closed. It was not often that Joanne got a chance to visit the market for a reason other than finding things they needed for the shop, or just to eat. She was not usually one to shop for pleasure, but on occasion the notion did take her fancy. There was a stall that sold some really quite beautiful dresses that had caught her eye during her previous visits that just begged for her attention. It was perhaps self-indulgent when they had to gather as much money as they could to help in breaking out their mother, but perhaps it was good to do more normal things too. Nothing looked more suspicious than a group of people never seen doing what everyone else did. That was how she was justifying it to anyone who asked if she did end up buying a dress tonight. Welcome. Looking for anything in particular tonight? No, not really. They all look so beautiful. I was just taking the chance to finally visit after passing by so often. I see. The merchant looked her up and down. You seem to suit the richer colors. Perhaps something that shows off your height and legs, too. Oh, yes, that would probably be what would look for. How did you know? Years of experience. I see. Why not try this lovely red dress? I think you would look radiant in it. The merchant gestured to a long red dress with an almost scandalously high slit in the skirt and low neckline. That is quite a dress. It seems to have caught your fancy. Well, I. Her hand gently caressed the material. It feels like silk, but it's obviously not. You would never sell this in a marketplace. The woman chuckled. You're right, but it passes for it, does it not? Very popular with nobles who perhaps have less money than they wish to appear to have. I see. This is fashionable amongst the nobility. Indeed it is. Joanne turned to see Melvin standing behind her. Greetings, Joanne. You have good taste in clothing. Thank you. What brings a nobleman to a market stall selling women's clothing? I'm afraid I'm here to buy that dress. I hope you don't mind. Joanne blinked. Why? I need it. Why is really none of your concern. Maybe I want it. Melvin turned to the merchant. I'll give you one more gold than whatever she will offer it. Are you always so rude? I'm sorry, but I take business very seriously. I absolutely need this dress as soon as possible. I do not have time for a mannerly haggle or discussion over the merits of me getting the dress over you. I am afraid I must sell it to this gentleman, miss. I can have another one made, but it will take a couple of weeks to arrive. I really cannot do more. As you see, this man will offer me the best price, and I have a family to take care of. I know you run a shop of your own. You understand. Joanne sighed and nodded. The merchant had a point, but the behavior of the noble was what bothered her more than the merchant being unwilling to sell it to her. Just what was making Melvin so desperate as to outright offer an unlimited sum for a dress that was not even as expensive as it looked? I would not expect you to be so open about your business fondness to dress up as a woman. Fine, I suppose if you're going to be like that, then I won't fight with you. I can wait a few weeks. Nope, not quite the right one. I think the dress would look much better on me. You should let me have it. There we go. Yes, I think you're right, but I really must have this dress. You only have to wait a little while for your own. I will be happy to admire you in it then. I... I wouldn't be wearing it for you. Melvin laughed. Of course not. He turned to the merchant. Can we work out a price? I must return to my estate as soon as possible. Of course, sir. Come with me and we will work out a suitable price. The two walked over to the other end of the stall, leaving Joanne feeling rather listless. He had paid her a very kind compliment, but on the other hand he had basically laughed at her. It felt like she did not have his respect. That angered her more than she thought it really should. He was a noble, the kind of people her family were actively targeting. Why should it bother her that he appeared to have such a low opinion of her? She had suddenly lost her appetite for shopping. Something about the entire exchange had irritated her a lot more than it really should have. Sighing and shaking her head, Joanne decided it was time to leave the stall in the direction of home. Some tea and a good book were what she needed, not dealing with an ignorant man. One of the problems with practicing magic was the materials required. It was an expensive business, and since she practiced it in secret, she could not bring in the sort of income to support it. She wished she knew how to create gold. That would make things so much easier. For now, one of the best ways to save money was to gather her own ingredients. The woods around town had many different useful items that she could use to craft spells. Tonight had been a good haul so far, although she had noticed some of her regular spots had already been harvested. The answer to her mysteries came sooner than she expected. Oh, she took a step back as the healer from the temple turned around to look at her. It is not often I see someone from the town wandering in the woods after dark. I was harvesting some things I needed. As was I. Joanne felt the other scrutinizing the bundles in her arms. It seems we sought similar things. Oh, well, the elf sighed. You do not need to pretend or feel frightened. I do not care for the laws against unlicensed magic in this town. I have no interest in reporting you. Oh, thank you. To the mage's surprise, the healer flashed a brief smile, although it was gone in the blink of an eye. My name is Joanne. It's nice to meet you. Okay. It's almost like we were fated to meet in such a beautiful place. I think it is just a coincidence. Really? Okay. I'm not really much interest to the authorities anyway. I'm a dabbler more than anything else. Looking at what you have gathered so far, I do not think you are being truthful with me. But she apparently is okay with that, so okay, whatever. Regardless, you are missing some useful things. Have you thought of these growths next to your feet and the ones growing underneath that tree? I think you will find them useful. Joanne blushed at her poor attempt to joke her way out of being discovered. What is the matter? Nothing. I am just a little overwhelmed. Why? You seem so much more experienced than me. I'm not used to being the stupid one. I am at least a century older than you. I would hope I would have gained more knowledge than you. Oh, when you put it that way. My name is Joanne, by the way. Thank you for the advice. You are welcome, Joanne. It is pleasing to meet a fellow user of magic. I thought you were a healer. I am a mage and scholar. Healing is one of my specialties, but I have many others. I should go. The hour is late and I need to prepare these for storage. Wait. Yes, you never told me your name. The elf blinks for a moment. My name is Third Jala. That is a beautiful name. Thank you. I must go now. It was a pleasure to meet you. Good night. Good night, Third Jala. Joanne watched the elf melt away into the surrounding woods. Thurjala was quite something. She seemed to be pretty much everything Joanne wanted to be. It was quite intimidating, but attractive too. She hoped she could find more opportunities to meet the elf healer. The mage suspected she could learn a lot from her. For now, however, she needed to get home. Hmm. Okay, so we got a few more relationships. I'm not sure if somehow we're blocking some of them because we're going far enough with the others. I don't think, I mean, I would think it wouldn't matter until we get to a specific scene, right? I'm not seeing any others now. Oh, we can just end turn like that. Interesting. I wonder if we just have to keep ending the turns until it shows up. Kira knows that Mary Ann appeared a little somber. Normally she was smiling and flirting happily whenever they met. She thought about saying nothing, but in the end she thought it best just to see if something was bothering the blacksmith. No invitations for kisses or showing off your latest creation to me? Mary Ann sighed. I'm lacking a little inspiration at the moment. It happens and I'm just feeling a little lost because of it. You seem to have plenty of work. If you call kitchen knives, horseshoes, and nails work, I can do them in my sleep. I like to be challenged, but I've got nothing like that now. Mary Ann sighed again. It must be nice being a warrior. Every day is a new challenge. It's never boring. I don't know about that. It's not like you fight every day. In fact, it's really bad if you do. It's not just that. There's training, improving yourself. No one just expects you to do the same thing over and over again. They do if you're a soldier. You're not a soldier now. I'm a merchant now, who happens to do some fighting on the side. Sounds interesting to me. If you think it's so great, then why don't you do it? I have to look after the forge, and that takes up all my time. I just have enough time at night to get things in for the next day and look after my home. Then why are you bored? It's the same thing day in, day out. I just want variety. Mary Ann sighed again. I had planned to become a soldier, then maybe a mercenary, before my parents died, travel the world and perfect my skills. I could have even looked after my own weapons, maybe even make new amazing ones from what I learned from my travels. Another sigh. That's all gone now, until I can find someone stupid enough to take over this forge from me. Being a warrior isn't all that great. It's putting your life on the line. There's not really much travel in it. At least I didn't travel much. Anywhere is better than here. She glanced around for a few moments before turning her attention to Kira once more. Could you do something for me? Do what? Fight me. Fight me. I've been training, but I don't know how well I'm doing. I want to fight hand to hand with someone I know is good. For all you know, I'm the worst warrior in town. They're still better than the drunks and the sailors who live here. Kira shook her head. Fine. Where are we going to fight? Here. Mary Ann dragged tables out of the way to clear a space on the forge floor.
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Once she was done, she began to remove her clothing. Why are you taking off your clothes? I don't want them getting damaged, and gives you less places to grab me. And you're okay with me seeing you undressed? Mary Ann laughed. I'm fine letting you see me naked if it'll get you to finally kiss me. Kira's face flushed deeply. You're worse than Thalia. Worse in a good way. Now, are you going to take off your clothes too? Kira sighed. I guess I might as well. You're lucky. I wore my old uniform underwear today. I wouldn't fight you in my casual stuff. Who knew you would be so worried about clothes? I like clothes. I'm not just about the armor and weapons like you. Mary Ann laughed. Well, should we get started? Kira took up her usual unarmed stance, nodding in approval at Mary Ann's own positioning. I'll let you choose when we start. Mary Ann surged forwards, aiming a right hook for Kira's jaw. I'm not going to go easy on you. Kira easily swayed out of the way of Mary Ann's punch, delivering a country straight to the other's kidneys. Mary Ann grunted, falling back to catch her breath. Kira's fist ached. It felt like punching a wall when she hit her opponent's side. Just what was this blacksmith made of? The smith came again, jabbing at Kira a few times to test her guard. Kira blocked them all easily before shifting her stance to catch Mary Ann's wrist. The blacksmith stared dumbfounded up at the ceiling. That wasn't sparring. You never said we were sparring. You asked to fight me, so I put you down with as little effort as possible. I guess I have a lot to learn. You've got a good grasp of the basics. Kira held out a hand. Come on, we've both got work to get to. That was fun, though. Maybe we can find some time to really get into it. Okay, so that wasn't the best option, because that looks like the second best option apparently for that. Are you sure this isn't all just about getting my clothes off? Mary Ann chuckled, but did not hesitate from aiming a right hook straight for Kira's jaw. Kira dodged, delivering a strong blow to the smith's abdomen. The smith staggered back, keeping her guard up. Kira kept her guard up too, although her fist was hurting. It felt like Mary Ann was more metal than flesh. She decided to go on the attack this time, stepping past Mary Ann's counterpunch to smash her head straight into her opponent's face. That's not sparring. Mary Ann put a hand to her face, massaging her nose and forehead. And I thought I had a hard head. Kira rubbed her forehead too. You do. I can't believe you headbutted me. Well, you said you wanted to fight, so I fought. If you wanted to spar, you should have told me that was what you wanted. I thought you knew what I meant. Kira chuckled. A fight's a fight. Sparring is sparring. I'll be more careful next time. Kira picked up her clothes. I guess you're finished. I think so. I really should be working. You look good without your clothes on. I wish you were wearing less covering undergarments, though, says the one all bandaged up. Mary Ann laughed. Well, perhaps I should unwrap myself. Would you like that? Okay, so that was probably the good one, right? Okay. Mary Ann laughed again. I think I already have your answer. The smith started getting dressed again. It's okay to admit you're into me. I enjoy your friendship. I don't know about anything more than that. That's fine. I hope you'll let me kiss you soon. Get me drunk and I probably would. If only I wasn't so busy. Anyway, I should get going. Farewell, Kira. Goodbye. Kira knew it was a little dangerous to visit a place full of potential enemies, but her curiosity had gotten the best of her. She had enjoyed her life as a guard, and nostalgia had forced her to visit this place. Even now she could smell the familiar scents of oil and leather alongside the less pleasant memories of horses and cells filled with unwashed drunks. A familiar figure emerged from the main building and into the courtyard with a rather striking woman next to him. Kira could not help but notice her hand touching his and the way her eyes looked deeply into his as they spoke. Eventually she gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek before walking away. She glanced over her shoulder to watch the woman leave before returning her attention to the captain. He appeared to finally notice her, a look of worry passing over his face before he strode quickly over to her. Kira, what brings you here? Guard barracks are all the same. They are? She nodded. The barracks I used to stay in looked and smelled the same. The uniform was different, but everything else is just how I remember it. So you are not here to report a crime or disturbance. Kira shook her head and laughed. Sorry, no, it was just a social visit. The barracks aren't really for that kind of thing. Would you indulge a former guard? I suppose I can spare a few minutes. So would you like to see anything in particular? She shook her head. No, I don't think you need to give me a tour. I can see everything I want from here. Guards getting ready to go out on patrol or going home. Weapons being oiled and sharpened. It's good. I miss it, to be honest. There are good times. Kira chuckled softly. Did I say something amusing? No, I was just thinking it must have been good for you a lot. Why would you think that? I've seen you around town a lot now, and you always seem to have a woman chasing after you. It must be nice to be so popular. I am not popular with women. I don't know how you get that impression. What about that one just now? She was thanking me for saving her from some drunks who were accosting her. I think she wanted to do more than just thank you. I don't think so. Kira rolled her eyes. I would quite enjoy some attention from you, to be honest. You have my attention now. Kira rolled her eyes. Not like that. I do not understand. The sort you give to all those women who follow you around. They get the same as you are getting now. She sighed and shook her head. Never mind. You should feel lucky to be so popular with women. You are seeing something there that does not exist. There are plenty of men in town who thank me for my work. I would appreciate that you do not try to start rumors about me. I am not like that at all. Kira chuckled. I'm not trying to start rumors, although I think you should pay more attention to what the women around you are doing. There are a lot of people who would love to have you as a husband. Not quite. Okay. Not that one. Um, you shouldn't string them along like that. Nope. I won't be one of your women, just so you know. I have no women, so you have no need to fear such a thing. I do not understand how you can even think such a thing. Kira chuckled and shook her head. I was trying to tease you. Oh, I see. I am sorry. Humor has never been my strong point. Kira could not disagree, but felt it wise not to say so. I am sure you are an honorable man, Tiberius. Thank you. I try my best. He looked over his shoulder towards the door he had emerged from earlier. I really must return to my duties. Farewell, Kira. Goodbye. I'll see you later. Giving her his usual respectful bow, Tiberius turned away and walked back inside. Kira shook her head. Tiberius was a strange man. How could someone so oblivious to others be so good at catching criminals? Kira decided to take a leisurely stroll around the market today. It was nice weather and she enjoyed the sun on her skin. She spied a familiar figure when she rounded a group of stalls. It was Morgaine. She was arguing with a merchant and it looked like the girl was getting pretty upset about it. Morgaine. Oh, Kira, I'm kind of busy at the moment. Busy with what? Trying to buy some things for home, but we can't come to an agreement. You keep asking for an outrageous price. Nothing outrageous about it. You're just trying to rob me. Kira narrowed her eyes. She wasn't best pleased about how this merchant was talking to Morgaine. She felt like she should do something. I don't really like it when a man tries to bully a woman, especially when she's trying to help her family. I'm no bully. Now get lost before I call the guards. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Kira picked up one of the merchant's apples and held it in one hand. Closing her fist, her arm shook until there was a sound of cracking. Bits of apple spilled from her fist as the fruit gave up resisting her strength. She smirked at the merchant, who visibly paled. Okay, okay. You can get it at the price you asked for. Just take her away with you. Morgaine blushed but handed over the money before collecting her goods. The pair began walking away from the still shaken merchant. That was amazing. You're so strong, Kira. Kira could not help but flex a little. Thanks. The waitress giggled. Thank you for helping me with the merchant. I don't think he'll try to cheat me again. If he does, then just tell him that I'll pay him a visit. They both laughed. You really helped me out today, Kira. You're my hero. It was just a bit of showing off. I'm hardly a hero. You didn't need to help me, though. You did it because you're a hero. Please, I was just being a friend. Well, I won't call you a hero again, but you're definitely my friend. The warrior's heart leapt a little. It makes me happy to hear you say that. I'm glad. Morgane sighed. Now I better get home. My family is waiting for me to get back with these things. I hope we see each other again soon. Goodbye. Goodbye, Morgane. Kira watched Morgane walk away before turning her gaze to the blue sky. Today felt even better now that she had made a new friend. Sighing happily, she resumed her stroll around the marketplace. Very nice. And that's not as nice. My phone just died, even though it's plugged in. So I'll just have to use my PC only to make sure the stream is running properly. So if it dies, I'm sorry, friends. But it's been running pretty good so far, so we should be good. Maybe, probably. Ah, well, it is what it is.
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said, "Oh no."
Yeah, it is what it is. It was busy in the tavern tonight. Something about Saturday. Thank you for reminding me to take care of myself. Make sure to stay hydrated, friends. Make sure to stay clean. Make sure to take care of yourself because you are important. That includes you, Marianne. It was busy in the tavern tonight. Something about Saturday nights always brought in the biggest concentration of drunks. There were a lot of off-duty guards in tonight, which surprised her. She assumed they would have their own place to drink. Pushing her way through the crowds, she was surprised to find Frederick sitting alone in one corner. His back was to the whole room. The only thing in front of him was a half-empty pitcher of wine. I didn't think you were one to drink alone. I don't usually, but tonight is a special occasion. Do you want me to leave you alone, then? No, you can join me if you want. Plenty of wine to go around. He glanced over his shoulder, signaling to the barman to bring a second pitcher. You look like you're determined to get drunk, and me drunk too. Do you not want to? I don't usually set out to do that. Just happens naturally. Kira laughed nervously. I guess it does. The barman placed a second pitcher of wine on the small table, taking the coins from Frederick with barely a word. Is he angry with you? No more than anyone else. I thought people liked you. Lots of people do, and lots of people don't. It's the price of doing business, I guess. Drink up. Kira filled up a wooden goblet and gulped the wine down. I think you drink more than you let on. I used to work as a guard. There's not many who drink more than us. Although it's not usually wine. I don't like ale. I prefer the taste of wine. It's your money. You better not waste that wine then. Kira rolled her eyes and poured a second cup. If you don't mind, I'll take it a little slower. I'm not going to try to catch up to you right away. That's fine. I'm starting to get a little tipsy now, so I'm slowing down. You know this wine is pretty bad, right? Yes, but it's relatively cheap and strong. I guess that's something. She filled up her cup a second time. Frederick stared into the red liquid sitting in front of him. Something wrong? Sometimes I just need a drink. I know that feeling. He smiled, although it looked strained. I got the impression you do. That's why I'm letting you join me. I'm honored. You probably shouldn't be. Why not? It doesn't matter. Tell me. I guess maybe I'm not as popular as you think I am. I don't think you're that popular. You're likable, though. Handsome, too. That's the drink talking. Kira laughed nervously. I believe it even if sober. I guess the drink just makes it easier to say. Oh, well, thank you. You're welcome. Kira had managed to catch up to Frederick by now, and she was enjoying the warmth the wine was spreading through her system. This feels nice. I usually can only afford ale. I'm not going to buy you wine all the time. Please. Frederick chuckled. Oh, look at that. We have a raid. Welcome on in, Lilith. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I hope you and everybody that is raiding are having a wonderful existence. Welcome on in. My name is Jade. I am a unicorn turtle. I might be a little slow, but we all have a little magic that makes us special, no? If I can type, that would be fantastic. There we go. Oh
Stream
wait, that's
Elements
not quite right.
said,
Okay, anyway.
look who's decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel, https://www.twitch.tv/@lilith_thelima.
Frederick chuckled. Maybe if you're good. He reached out and gently touched her hand. I guess I wanted to thank you for being my friend. I have lots of people I talk to, but no real friends. I guess that's my fault mostly. I keep to myself nowadays. Why? It's a long story. I'll tell you someday. Right now I want to drink. Sounds good to me. A few drinks later, and both of them were sitting in front of empty pitchers. I haven't drank that much in a while. She giggled. Why are you getting me drunk? I didn't make you do anything. I guess. Feel like talking now? I don't want to talk with you, Kira. What do you want to do with me? What do you suggest? Not talk, right? Frederick nodded slowly, swaying slightly with the movement. I have an idea, but we'll need to go somewhere else. Like where? Kira grabbed Frederick's arm and dragged him to his feet. Come with me. She pulled him through the crowds towards the bar, ignoring the protests of people she shoved on the way. Kira, slow down. I'm going to fall or you're going to shove the wrong person. Don't care. Frederick sighed. Have you got a room for the night? Kakira. That's probably the best option. Probably. Well, I wanted this, but you're pretty bold. So we're going to double check. That got us to what? Just past the heart? So we'll double check that that's the best option. I don't know. I usually talk a lot when I get drunk. I said I don't want to talk. I know, but I want to have sex with you, Kira. Kira blinked slowly. Oh, well, I guess I would like that too. Yeah, that was a bad one. Okay. That got awkward quick. I think I'll kiss you. Kira got up and circled the table, bending over to kiss Frederick hard on the mouth. Frederick hesitated at first, but eventually returned it. Yep, that got us even more. That got us almost to the full heart. There we go. So that might be the best option there. Ooh, I think you just want to make me do the thinking because you want to laugh at me. I'm not like that. It's okay. I know I can be pretty dumb, especially when I'm drunk. I don't think anyone is smart drunk. I guess. You must be pretty dumb then. Why? You were going to get drunk alone, then you buy enough wine for me to get drunk. You're dumb wasting so much money. Yeah, that was a bad one. Okay. So the best one is this one. The warrior chuckled as their lips parted. What was the hesitation for? I could see right down your shirt. It was distracting. Distracting in a good way, I hope. Definitely. She took his hands, pulling him to his feet. This is a little better for my back. She pressed her lips to his, opening her mouth to accept his tongue. Moaning softly into the embrace, her arms wrapped tightly around Frederick's torso as they kissed. For the love of the gods, take her home, Frederick. We don't want to watch that. Frederick pulled away and chuckled a little. You were so good, I forgot we were standing in the middle of the tavern. Maybe we should go to your home like they said. No, we we can't. We can't go to my home. My sisters and father are there. Frederick glanced at the stairs leading to the upper floor of the tavern. Kira followed his gaze. Here? Why not? Kira chuckled. I guess we can. I'll just tell my sisters I was too drunk to make it home. I think you are too drunk to get home. Kira laughed. Probably. She kissed him again before reluctantly extricating herself from his arms. You paid for the drink, so I'll pay for the room. I can pay for both. She shook her head, playfully shoving him towards the stairs. Get going. I'll get the key. Frederick began to drag himself up the stairs, glancing back towards Kira below, as if he was afraid she was going to run off soon as she was out of sight. Kira had no intention of doing that. She might do stupid things when she was drunk, but she would never be so cruel. She did wonder if she was being stupid right now, however. Dropping a few coins on the bar, she took the key from the landlord before staggering upstairs to catch up with Frederick. Once they were inside, she locked the door behind her and turned to survey what she had bought for the night. I hope the bed is clean. I'm sure it is. Kira tossed the key onto a small table before moving over to Frederick, helping the drunken man with his shirt. I like your chest. I think yours is better. He pulled Kira's shirt off while she was busy removing her breeches. It's definitely better. Kira laughed. You're silly, and you're beautiful. Well, you're handsome too. Now get the rest of those clothes off you first. Kira decided to cooperate, removing the last of her clothes and pulling him close as he did so too. Better? Yes. They kissed. Kira awoke with an almighty headache. Groaning softly, she sat up and realized she was very naked. What had she been doing last night? Blushing slightly, she was glad to see her undergarments were in reach from the bed. Snatching them up, she slipped them on under the covers before finally getting out of the bed. Glancing back at the bed, she saw Frederick sleeping there. Everything came back to her. They had gotten drunk and then they had come here. She felt her cheeks growing hot. They had bedded one another. This is why you don't get drunk without one of your sisters, Kira. Joanne was going to kill her when she got home. She only hoped she had not stopped them going out on another mission because of what she had did with Frederick. From the pale light streaming through the curtains, it had to be just after dawn. She would have looked out the window to check, but even thinking about getting all that light in her eyes made her headache 10 times worse. Glancing at the slumbering man again, she wanted to stay and talk to him, but it was probably best if they left that to a later date. She did not want to wake him, and she really needed to get home. Dressing quickly, she made sure the key was in an obvious spot for him to collect before she slipped out. Hopefully Frederick would not be too offended by her leaving without a word. My, so that happened. Joanne had been thinking about Thurjala since their meeting in the woods near town. She was the first person she had met who she felt she could safely talk to about her magical abilities. With the laws around magic, it was difficult to talk about with anyone at all. She had her sisters, but they knew nothing about it. The elf was different. Joanne could tell she was powerful and experienced. Perhaps she could convince Thurjala to teach her, or at the very least give her some advice on how best to improve quickly. It was surprisingly quiet in the healing section of the temple. She was able to get into Thurjala's chambers without any queuing, which pleased the mage greatly. Oh, Joanne, do you have need of my assistance? Kind of. What is the matter? Elves are naturally talented with magic, are they not? Thurjala nodded. We are. Would you be able to teach me? I want to learn more, but it's difficult on my own. It's all just experiments and what little material I can get my hands on. I am unsure. Magic is dangerous, and in this country it is forbidden to teach without a license. I might be allowed as I work as the healer, but it would be difficult to persuade them to allow me to teach a merchant's daughter. Joanne blinked in surprise. She didn't remember telling Thurjala her father worked in the shop too. I know it's a risk, but I would appreciate any help. Please, can you help me to be better? I could. Thurjala sighed. Obviously, I cannot help you much now. I have much responsibility, and I am watched by the priests. They only accept my presence because of my abilities. They know my people do not worship their gods, and that makes them uncomfortable. My piece of advice for you now is to achieve a balance and learn to control your emotions. Many beginners allow their emotions to power their magic. While that can be powerful, it can lead to an addiction to magic. You see that I never use magic unless I have to. Magic should be another tool, not a crutch. That is the best way to see it. Do you understand? Yes, I think I do. I am trying that, but it is difficult. I only discover powers by experimentation. I am mostly self-taught. There is nothing wrong with that so long as you are careful. You strike me as someone who tries to be careful and balanced. Hold to those ideals and don't compromise them. In time, perhaps, I can find an opportunity to teach you something more practical. For now, this is all I can do. I appreciate the advice. I hope we can find time to study together. That would be pleasant. A soft knocking at the door announces a new patient. It appears my brief break is over. I must see to a new patient. Be well, Joanne. I hope your studies produce fruit. Farewell, Thurjala. Joanne walked out, dodging out of the way of a rather rotund noble complaining about his feet. She felt sorry for the elf being stuck with such a man. Walking into the main arena of the temple, Joanne silently prayed to any gods listening that she might be able to spend more time with Thurjala soon. Joanne knew she should not have agreed to take all these things back from the market herself. Kira and Thalia had been teasing her lately about her physical strength, and it had bruised her pride a little. It hurt when she was weaker than her scrawny youngest sibling. Being weaker than Kira did not upset her too much. That girl was something else. Still, the weight of this crate was getting to her, and she had barely made it a few paces from the merchant she picked it up from before she was forced to set it down. Glancing over her shoulder, she was grateful to find the merchant was busy with someone else. Joanne could not have lived with the shame had he noticed her failure to even get this crate out of his line of sight. This is what I get for using magic to lift everything all my life. Sighing, she forced herself to pick up the crate again before beginning to totter her way back through the marketplace in the direction of home. Just what was in this thing? Father had requested it, but he had been vague about its contents. It felt like it was full of lead, or something like that. She should have just made Kira go and get it, but no, she had to prove her sisters wrong. You look like you're struggling there, Joanne. The maid suppressed a groan and stopped in her tracks, placing the crate down carefully before standing up straight to look at the noble. You're being rather familiar with the commoner, noble sir. He laughed, still upset with me for buying that dress. A little. I guess you didn't want anyone you know to see you struggling with that crate. Doesn't Tarion teach that pride comes before destruction? He does, as does Nexar, though I've always been more of a worshipper of Torza. Well, Nexar doesn't seem to like nobles very much. Not necessarily. It just depends how humble you live. You can be a noble and not live in a palace. It's just a title. Not in this land. Upset your fellows by not fitting in, and you'll probably find yourself stripped of your lands and title. Naxar would protect you then. He chuckled. Oh, and I suppose you follow Naxar's teachings. No, I follow Torza like I said. I work hard for everything and seek as much knowledge as I can. I do try to pay my respects to all the gods and goddesses in the temple, though. That seems fair enough. It's always best to offend as few of the gods and goddesses as possible. Yes. So, as I was saying, are you having some trouble and don't want to admit it? Yes. I am not used to carrying such heavy burdens on my own. I can carry it for you if you wish. You really don't have to do that. I told you I need to work as hard as I can in keeping up with Torza's teachings. I don't think Torza wants you to push so hard so fast that you hurt yourself. Torza never struck me as that kind of goddess. You can help me carry it, but you can't carry it all on your own. Very well, if that will satisfy you. The two crouched down and picked up the box together. It really was a lot easier with Melvin's help, although she had no wish to admit it. Aren't you worried a noble will spot you helping a commoner and assume you don't fit in like you said? I already don't fit in. I'm just fortunate I've not offended anyone, so I've not been kicked out of my home. What would you do if you were? I have somewhere I can go. That's good. Always helps to be prepared. I think Torza says that too. Her priests certainly do so, as do Tarion, although that's usually about being prepared to combat evil. He is a rather focused god. She nodded. You seem to know a lot. I don't know many devout people here. I'm not particularly devout. My parents were, however, and I was taught a lot by the different priests who live in the temple. I'm afraid my relationship with the gods is very distant nowadays. I'm sorry to hear that. We'll work it out, don't worry. Joanne nodded. You said your parents were devout. What happened? They were killed. We were unlucky enough to get caught in the crossfire between an enemy of Lord Rawl and General Jin Goli. I escaped with my life, but my parents were not so fortunate. I... I'm sorry. I was compensated, but extra lands and titles do not bring them back. I suppose Lord Rawl was doing the best he could think of. He's always had a problem with understanding people's feelings. She held back thoughts about Rawl that she had herself. It would do no good to even hint about her hostility to Rawl. Even if Melvin was not completely loyal, there were spies everywhere. You know Lord Rawl well as any noble of the court. That is, I have spoken with him from time to time, but I am no friend of his. He has two friends in all the world, General Jin Goli and his wife. His wife. Yes, he has been married to her for nearly 20 years. I have never seen her or heard of her. It is a sensitive subject. Apparently she is sickly often and so never leaves the castle. That sounds strange. Does she have a name? Ariana. Joanne almost dropped the crate. Something wrong? Nothing. Sorry. Just lost my balance for a moment. Take a few moments to catch your breath and we can continue. I can hold it fine until you're ready. Don't worry about me. Let's just keep going. Joanne could not believe it. Her mother married to the man who she had been fighting against all her life. Surely her mother could not have done so willingly. There was no possible way her mother could do that. It had to have been forced. She could not tell the others. It would break her father's heart if he heard the news, and he could not trust her siblings to keep it a secret. Besides, it would be different. Ariana. It was not like it was a particularly unusual name in this part of the world. It would be quite a coincidence, though. It hurt to hide it, but they could not risk it. Once they freed her mother, everything would work out. You've grown awfully silent. Are you sure you're well? Yes, I'm fine. She had to stop thinking about this and turn the conversation back on Melvin. Even if he was no friend of Rawl, it was too risky for him to even get an inkling about her knowledge of the true identity of his wife. Thank you for your assistance. I'm very grateful for your help. No, not quite. So is this an apology about taking that dress? Nope. Did whoever bought that dress for like it? I'm sure it would have looked better on me. There we go. They did, but I agree. I think it suits you better. Your legs were certainly more suitable. Did not expect me to agree with you? She nodded. Why flirt if flirtations in return shock you? I'm used to people never returning them. Assumptions can be dangerous. I'm starting to see that. Good. You should take that lesson to heart. You don't need to patronize me. That was not my intent. I'm sorry if it came across that way. I'll be sure not to do so again. An apology was the last thing she expected from the noble, but it was nice to hear it, even if it was a little overwrought. Well, here we are. I suppose I should let you carry it in. Thank you for your help. I truly appreciate it. Think nothing of it. It was pleasant to get a chance to talk to you. Yes, it was nice. Perhaps I could make it better than nice in the future. Perhaps. You are an interesting woman, Joanne, and you are a very strange noble, Melvin. He laughed. Perhaps I am. Perhaps I am not. You are certainly brave for saying something potentially insulting to a member of nobility. You wouldn't be the first. I admire your boldness. Now I really must be going. Farewell. The noble gave her a casual wave over his shoulder as he walked back down the street in the direction of the noble district. Well, now time to drag the stupid thing inside. Groaning under her breath, Joanne picked up the crate and waddled inside. Well, well, looks like you managed to get it back after all. Told you I could. Let me take that now. Kira took the crate, holding it with no apparent effort before walking through to the back. Lighter than I expected. Joanne resisted the urge to scream at her. Well, I should get back to my studies. I think you should take a bath too. You're covered in sweat. She did not want to admit it, but her younger sibling was right. On top of that, the heat would be nice for her aching muscles. Perhaps I shall. It will be nice to get some peace. Just don't take all day like usual. Why does it bother you? You're usually using the baths in the house of your latest conquest. Sounds like jealousy to me again. I'm too tired to argue with you. I'll be in the bath. Joanne walked through to the back of the shop. Some time alone in the bath would be welcome. She really needed to think about what had happened today. Her mother married to Rawl. The thought made her skin crawl. She could not help but wonder, was it really a forced marriage, or had her mother forgotten them? Joanne had to believe it was forced. Any other possibility was too heartbreaking. Something wrong, Joanne? Oh, nothing. I just heard some strange news and it confuses me. Anything you can tell me? She thought about how he could react to the news. No, he could never know. Nothing. I'll figure it out. Excuse me, I'm going to take a bath. Very well. Just remember it's still opening hours, so try not to take too long. I promise I won't. Good girl. Joanne watched her father walk away, guilt squirming inside her. The gods would not be impressed with her honesty right now, but she was doing it for the right reasons. She hoped they would understand. I'm guessing all I have to do is keep ending the turn, and they'll eventually show up, right? That seems to be what's going on here. Maybe. Maybe. Yep, there we go. It was another quiet night at the market. There were things to do tonight, but Kira rather hoped she would bump into Mary Ann. She brightened up everything around her. Kira only wished she was a little less forward when it came to certain things. The peace of the evening was broken by a sudden crash. Think I'm an easy catch? You'll pay for that, whore. Whore, I'll knock your teeth out. Kira raced in the direction of the raised voices. It sounded like Mary Ann had gotten into a fight with someone. She had no idea what it was about, but it sounded like the owner of the male voice had tried to do something to Mary Ann which had upset her greatly. Rounding a set of closed-up stalls, she was confronted by the sight of Mary Ann repeatedly punching a man in the face. A discarded club laid on the ground near his feet alongside a torn bandana. "You won't be robbing me tonight." The smith ducked under a clumsy swing from her assailant before driving her fist straight into his jaw. The brigand swayed before collapsing forwards. Mary Ann was too slow to get out of the way, the larger, heavier man falling right on top of her. "Get off me! You stink!" The man did not stir. "Mary Ann, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just can't get this man off me." "Need help?" "No. Wait. I think I've got him." With a grunt, Mary Ann rolled the unconscious man off to the side and sat up. If it had been a woman, it would have at least been a little fun to have her on top of me. Kira could not help but laugh a little. The smith tried to get up, but immediately fell back onto her rear. Mary Ann sighed in frustration. "This is embarrassing. I knocked that robber out and then I twisted my ankle." "Need help?" She shook her head. "I'll be fine. I just need to not put my weight on it." "Let me check you over for injuries first." "What?" Kira crouched down, gently removing Mary Ann's boot and sock. The skin was bruised slightly, but there was nothing too wrong with it. No bones broken. "I could have told you that. There are a lot of small bones in your foot that can break without you even realizing it." "You don't have a foot fetish, do you?" Kira shook her head. "I prefer chests. Women's chests." "I'm not sure. I know I definitely like well-built men." "You like women too. I know it." "I do, when I'm drunk, but I like almost everyone when I'm drunk." "Except for my sisters." "That's a relief." Kira laughed despite the slight blush that had settled onto her cheeks. "Well, you look fine to me. Won't you feel the rest of my bones to make sure they're not broken too?" Mary Ann laughed. "Oh, but it looks like it wasn't quite the right choice. Okay. That was almost the right choice, but not quite the right choice." "I'll help anyway." Kira moved over and wrapped an arm around Mary Ann. "Leave me alone. I can get up fine without your help." "Don't care." She dragged the surprisingly heavy smith to her feet, holding her close to her side to keep the weight off her injured leg. "Let's get you back to the forge." Mary Ann sighed. "Fine. Let's get going." The two of them walked slowly through the streets towards the smithy. Kira tried to talk to Mary Ann a couple of times, but the girl was too busy sulking to talk. "Are you worried I'll think less of you?" "No, I don't. We all get injured. You think I've never twisted an ankle or pulled a muscle? It happens all the time. You can power through if you have to, but that's only if you have to. We're not on the battlefield, Mary Ann." "I just can't believe I was so stupid. You couldn't predict the man would fall right on top of you. It's just bad luck. It's the sort of story you'll get drunk and laugh about later." "I suppose. Trust me, plenty of embarrassing things happen when you work as a guard." Mary Ann chuckled. Still not quite all the way up, though. That's a little disturbing. Like, I thought they were all similar. Was that the max one for that one? I feel like we got a full heart from it, though. So that's got almost max heart, right? And then this one was... So yeah, that one is about the same. Yeah, it's about the same. But there should be one that fills it up, right? I think. If you're sure. I'm sure. Kira shook her head. She wanted to object, but she did not want to get into a fight with Mary Ann either. Very well. I hope you get home. If you don't, I'll find your ghost and beat it to a pulp. Mary Ann laughed, grabbing a nearby stall and pulling herself up onto her feet. She winced as she put her left foot down, her whole leg shaking for a moment until she lifted it again. Big bad Mary Ann doesn't need help from anyone. Mary Ann rolled her eyes. Don't try to annoy me. But you're right, I don't need your help. She grabbed the side of a nearby stall, pulling herself to her feet. See, now leave me alone and I'll get home myself. Kira reached out a hand to stop Mary Ann, but the smith brushed it off. Okay, so I guess not. I guess not. You'll have to tell me about those sometime. You'll need to get me drunk first. If I'm getting you drunk, I'll be more interested in something more physical than you telling me stories. Kira coughed. We'll see about that. Sounds good to me. Mary Ann looked up and sighed. Well, here we are. I hate to say this, but thanks. It would have taken me a long time to get home on my own. At least I got to rub up against your side. Kira sighed and rolled her eyes. I'll drop you right here. Mary Ann laughed. I'm sorry. Anyway, I can take it from here. Good night, Kira. Kira released Mary Ann, letting her rest a hand against the wall of her home. Good night. Mary Ann nodded and limped inside, closing the door behind her with a wave. Kira sighed. If she was being honest, she quite enjoyed having her arm wrapped around Mary Ann, too. Is that one just right there? Yeah, I guess it is. I just misremembered. Because it seems like they always go to a certain distance, but why it doesn't just do a full heart, I don't know. But okay, that's fine. We're doing pretty good. And again, I'm assuming that there'll be a screen that'll tell us if we end a line with somebody, but I don't know. You know, if like doing one thing blocks it for another person or something. Kira was never a fan of the docks. The smell of fish and sweaty men heaving cargo about. It was true that guards were usually not the best smelling, but this was something else entirely. She had business here today, however, so here she was trying not to wrinkle her nose. Kira? Kira turned around to see Morgane standing before her. She had never seen her looking like that before. Her dress was really quite something. Kira, you look like you've seen a ghost. Kira shook her head. Sorry, I just didn't expect you here. I thought you worked at the tavern. I do at nights. During the day I work here. That must be a lot of working. When do you sleep? At night, like everyone else. It must be really late. Morgane shrugged. I manage. She sighed. Speaking of late, I really need to go and deliver this pouch. What's in it? Payment to one of the captains. He brought cargo over for my employer, so obviously once paid his due. And your employer trusted you with his money. I'm his clerk. I handle all his money. Why do you look so surprised? Well, you work at the tavern. I didn't really think a clerk and a waitress have much in common. Maybe not, but it's what I do. I'm good with money. You must be. Anyway, I need to go. I'll see you later. You look really beautiful like that. I wish I had seen you like this sooner. Really? Down, huh? Um, wait, let me come with you. Why? It means I can talk to you and I won't delay you in your job. Was that the best one? I don't remember if that was the best one for the third heart. Is that the best one? I don't remember. I can't believe you work at the docks. And in that dress. Are you sure you're a clerk? Yeah, that was a bad one. Farewell. Yeah, because it was only that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's the best one. Okay. While I'm walking to the pier, I suppose, but after that I'll need to hurry back. Sounds great. Kira fell into step with Morgane as they made their way through the docks. So you really work as a clerk? I do. I feel a little stupid next to you now. I'm terrible with money. Maybe if you didn't have so much ale. Are you saying I'm a drunk? Morgane giggled. No, but you do spend a lot on drink. I like spending time at the tavern, and it seems rude not to drink while I'm there. The clerk shrugged. I'm just saying maybe you just need to keep an eye on your money more. Kira sighed in frustration. I'm not saying I'm poor or struggling for money. I've just never had a head for it. I don't get in debt, but ask me to work out the shop's accounts, and I couldn't tell you the first thing. My sisters take care of that. I'm just the muscle. I'm sure you're more than just muscle. With Joanne, it's hard not to feel like that. She can be pretty controlling. She sighed. She is the smartest out of the three of us, even if I would never admit it to her. That doesn't make you dumb, though. I don't think I'm stupid, just not really smart either. Average, I guess. Morgane laughed softly. Well, here we are. Thank you for walking with me, but we need to part ways now. Oh, okay. I hope we get a chance to talk again. It's easier to talk to me at the tavern, I think, but you can try catching me at the docks too if you like. She smiled and gave Kira a little wave before walking off. Kira returned the wave before walking away in the opposite direction. She shook her head. Kira felt a little guilty. She had assumed Morgane was just some tavern girl with no real talents or anything like that. She felt bad about thinking about a friend like that. She liked Morgane and she was nice, but that was really all she thought about her. Now it turned out that Morgane was probably smarter than her and worked really hard. The warrior vowed not to make such rude assumptions about her friends ever again. Sighing, Kira returned to the business that had brought her to the docks in the first place. Oh, there we go. The market was full of drunks tonight. Clearly, a lot of them had gone to visit the tavern earlier than usual. Was there something special on today that she did not know about? Kira sighed. She would like to go to the tavern to find out, but there was things at the market she had to pick up. Father and Joanne had been very firm that she not visit the tavern on the way home from her errand. It irritated her, but getting scolded was worse than going without a drink for a little while longer than she would like. A boy suddenly burst from the crowd, a bag clutched under his arm as he pushed past her and vanished down between two stalls. Kira opened her mouth to shout at him. Stop! Thief! She closed her mouth and turned, instinctively taking a step back as she saw Tiberius and two guards charging towards her. Had her family secret been uncovered? Tiberius, I... Tiberius stopped in front of Kira, panting softly. Did you see which way the boy went? Kira had to try very hard not to let the relief that washed over her appear on her face. It helped she still had three guards standing in front of her who looked like they were out for blood. Just what had that boy stolen? She was not sure what to do. On one hand, she was sympathetic to the boy since she was guilty of similar, but on the other hand, helping Tiberius would make him less likely to suspect her family. It was a hard decision, and she clearly only had a few moments to make it. I think I'm feeling a little faint all of a sudden. Kira collapsed into the arms of one of the guards. She was rather happy when he caught her. For a moment she thought she was going to end up on the ground. Thank you. I don't know what came over me. Placing a hand on the man's chest, she smiled and made sure his eyes were firmly fixed down her shirt. Okay, so not the best option. How did three of you lose one boy? Nope. It doesn't seem fair, three men chasing down one little boy. He ran between those two stalls. I don't like tattling on him. I didn't get it all the way up either. Was that the right one? Well, two of those got it down. I think that's not the good one, right? That feels like it's not as far as it normally goes. Hmm. Tiberius nodded. Thank you. She watched the three of them charge off. A few minutes later, they emerged with the boy held tightly by the two guards. Tiberius held the bag the boy had been carrying in his hands. Thank you, Kira. This boy is notorious in this town.
Moby the
What did he
unpopular
steal?
said,
Happy birthday, Turtle.
Thank you very much, Moby. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are having a fantastic existence. He snatches the bags off the merchants in this market when they're on the way to pay their taxes. Many of these people are going hungry because of this greedy boy. It's not greed. I need it. No, you don't. You're the son of a nobleman. Kira's eyes widened. But why? You're going to be in trouble for opening your mouth, Captain. I am not afraid of your parents, boy. Now come along. Perhaps a night in the cells will remind you to act like a proper young man.
Moby the unpopular said,
It's nice to finally see you get the 18-hour stream done.
Hey, I did it twice before. I did a 21-hour stream, but thank you very much for the subscription. I'm glad you're enjoying so much you would throw money at me. I'm not sure I'm worth it, but yeah, this will be the third 18-hour stream we've done. We did the 21-hour, we did an 18, and today's the birthday stream, so. The guards walked on, holding the struggling boy between them firmly. Tiberius paused and looked over his shoulder at the warrior. Thank you again, Kira. You saved a
Foxy
family
Mugger
from
Lily
debtor's
Marianne
prison.
said, Jade cute. Moby the unpopular said,
Oh yes. You said forgive me. I am a fool.
It's all good. We're all fools in the great scheme of things. Praise the great Cthulhu. He makes fools of us all. Thank you very much for the compliment, Marianne. Thank you again, Kira. You saved a family from debtor's prison. Kira smiled a little. She had felt bad at first, thinking she had betrayed a starving orphan boy, but seeing that was just an act had squashed that guilt in a heartbeat. Yeah, the noble boy should definitely get caught. She was glad she had helped Tiberius. Hopefully he would suspect her and her family less now. Kira sighed. Now to get back to those errands. Yeah, I get that her third heart just ending right there feels weird, but anyway. General store. Well, oh, hello, Kira. You don't sound happy to see me. Well, I feel a little bad. So now you want to talk about what happened. Took you long enough. I'm sorry.
Stream Elements said, Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Kira sighed and folded her arms across her chest. Less talk, just talk, less apologizing. I feel like I took advantage of you. You didn't. I wanted it. Well, Frederick sighed. I really enjoyed it. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since then. Oh, but, but, I don't think it would really work between us. It was nice, but I don't think we could be anything real. Why not? It's a long story. I just don't think I'm in the right kind of place to start a serious relationship. What's the matter? I don't want to talk about it now. Maybe another time. Frederick sighed again. I have a shop to run, and it wouldn't be a short conversation. Well, I'm the only one here. I would want it to be a private conversation. I guess that's fair. So I'm glad you didn't feel taken advantage of, and it was good. I really enjoyed myself. Well, I guess that's good. Frederick laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry. I was trying to be nice, but that sounded strange, didn't it? It was the only compliment I could think of for the time we spent together. It's fine. We were both drunk, and one thing led to another. So long as things aren't awkward and they weren't bad, right? He nodded. So, yes, like I said, I like you, Kira, but I don't think it would work between us. Hmm, that doesn't mean we can't meet up in the tavern again, does it? Nope. Okay. I like you too, Frederick, but I think would maybe be a bit awkward right now too. I'm glad you think so. I'm not saying never. I would like to get to know you better, Frederick. As a friend? She nodded. I think that's the best one there, yeah, because that gives us a full heart. I'm fine with that. You definitely owe me a long talk about why you were getting drunk in the first place. He visibly winced. I probably do since I got you involved. That day was difficult for me. It brought back memories. Memories of what? I'll tell you another time. I really don't want to talk about it now. Kira sighed irritably. Fine. You are one of the most secretive people I've met. You're not exactly an open book yourself. Maybe I'll talk if you talk. I guess we'll see when the time comes. Good. Well, I better get on. This shop doesn't run itself. Kira chuckled softly. I guess it doesn't. Okay, that being said, it has been 18 hours, friends, so it is time to call it there. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to feel tired, but I can definitely do 18 hours. 18 hours does not seem to be too much of a stretch. I'm definitely starting to feel it. I'm definitely ready to go to bed, but it's not that hard to do 18 hours. We do have a few people here, but I don't see anybody on that I know, so if anybody has any suggestions for raids, that would be fine. Otherwise, I will see you in another 6 hours for some more of this after I've had some sleep. Sound good? Sound good. Sound good? Sound good. Stay safe, friends.